Sorry about that. It wasn't letting me start my video and my sound here. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Great.
We'll
Doing great, Izzy.
when we get presenting here. It's great to see everybody. I'm so excited about today and looking forward to the presenters and connecting the group of investors that'll be logging in and out of this event. And welcome to today, the START conference. That stands for Seed Capital, Seed to Acquisition Roadmap Training. So as you know, if you've been connected with Fidelity Equity Partners at all, we are a cohort that helps startups that struggle with raising capital. And the whole reason why, and let me get this recorded here before I forget, I've done that before. Let me hit record, boom. Just so everybody knows, we are live and we are recording right now. We're streaming this on our social media channels. It'll be redisseminated as well. But if you know anything about Fidelity Equity Partners, we help startups that struggle with raising capital. I've been doing this since the 90s and been blessed to be connected with so many different startups from different walks of life, different types of opportunities. But you know, the one main thing that I noticed is that we've been so blessed to just be connected with bright entrepreneurs with great ideas, whatever the business is. And I believe that's the main driver of why so many investors love to connect with us. I'm talking about tens of thousands of investors love connecting with us because they know we don't get any kind of commissions on monies that are raised. You guys all know that, but for anyone that's new or watching this recording later on or pops in, I just want you guys to know that we're here to help startups. We've done a great job of that, raising tens of millions of dollars for a long period of time here. And I'm so blessed and honored to be able to kick things off with the cohort that we have today. We did have to make a couple of adjustments. Just so you know, on your side, Dan, Lance is going to be going a little bit later. He's got an emergency that came up, so we're just going to have to push him out a little bit later. So we'll be moving things around. But before we get started here, I just want to do some housekeeping and make sure you guys understand who we are and what we're not. We're not here for any type of political agendas and soapboxes for that. I certainly can empathize with things that are going on right now in the state of our world. And I'm blessed to be in this land of opportunity. I love the United States. I'm certainly a patriot, but you know, whatever your position is on things, because it's so politically charged right now, just remember your audience. And you know, if you're going to do things that offend people, we're going to remove you. So just keep that all in mind as you're sharing your idea and your thoughts and comments. But let me jump into a little bit about some of the folks that you're going to be meeting here today. Guys, this is all a safe place. These are early stage companies that have these amazing folks that have started some companies and have incredible backgrounds, amazing bios and resumes. And on our side with Fidelity Equity Partners, that's what we do first is we vet out all those types of companies, because we certainly don't want egg on our face, and we don't want to be introducing kooks and crazies to investors that are out there right now looking for opportunities. You know, with the climate that we have right now, you look at what's been happening with the stock market, and it had a little bump up yesterday. I don't have it up on my screen right now. I don't know what it's doing. Maybe some of you do. But the reality is it's been up and down and all over the place because of all the geopolitical risks that are happening. Interest rates are super low, so investors don't want cash sitting on the sidelines in the bank. And then on top of that, arguably, our economists are saying that inflationary rates are somewhere between 6 and 8%.
Are you coming on?
So if you can, let me
see
you here. There we go. The reality is you have a lot of investors out there that are looking for opportunities, especially private ones, because what ends up happening is that it's insulated from all those crazy kinds of market conditions. So you've got a great opportunity here to feature what you're doing with these sophisticated investors to see if it makes sense for them to be a part.
Let's see what their agenda is.
Partners. But regardless, we're going to kick things off here shortly. And Tom, I think you're going to be going first. And Dan, I don't know if we've been able to get a status update with Carol. This is what happens when things are live, so we might move around some things. I know she was having some internet trouble. But before we get started with that, Tom, I just want you to know you're on deck. You're going first here as soon as we get started. What I love doing is kicking things off, and I used to do this in the past when we would do live events. And I'd like to kick things off with what I call a prayer and a pledge, especially with what's happening in our country today. I'm grateful and thankful and honored to be a part of this amazing country. So I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen, and we'll kick things off here and get going with today's participants. Can you guys see my American flag?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and do it together. Unmute. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
which
stands,
one
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice
for all. Lord, I'm so thankful for this incredible opportunity. I'm so humbled by all these great people. And I think about the folks that are struggling right now abroad and just fighting for their right to be alive and have liberty in their own country. And I just ask that you bless them, protect them, and keep them. Give us a great event today and have your way in our lives, Lord. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and kick things off. Tom Allen, you are up, my friend, and I am so looking forward for you to share what you're doing with Apongo. And let me first just tell you guys a little bit about Tom. Thanks for that, Dan. Tom is an amazing businessman who just identified this incredible industry, which what we call LMS, learning management software. And Tom has this incredible platform where he's able to disseminate learning platforms, manuals, product updates, all these different things. And I'll let him, I don't want to steal your thunder, Tom, but I certainly want you to know that I think the world of you. I know investors love what you're doing because this is the way of the future when you think about classrooms not wanting to gather with many people at one time. And how do you do that now when there's continuing ed needs from all these different verticals? But without further ado, help me welcome my good friend and colleague and one of our client companies, Tom Allen from Apongo. Give him a round of applause. All right, Tom, you're on.
All right. Well, hey, thanks, Izzy. That's quite an introduction, and I appreciate everybody for coming out today. So a little about me. I'm the founder and CEO of Apongo. I've been a technology executive in small, medium, and large companies, mostly running engineering and product management. But I've also delivered products to the global marketplace. I've been in every time zone and on both sides of the equator. And I've worked with companies like IBM, Hewlett Packard, Apple, Siemens, AT&T, TELUS, NTT, and Telstra. And I've been involved in some really interesting technologies like voice over IP and high-speed networking. Anyway, so I've also been a lifelong aviator. I started flying when I was with my dad, probably about 5 years old. And the other thing about me is you probably won't run into many people who've done this. I've actually circled the Statue of Liberty in my own airplane. So I have this love for aviation, and I also have a fascination with technology. And we identified an opportunity to help make the world safer by providing the industry with an e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots. Now, you can Google LMS for aviation, but what we do is we actually manage the LMS, and most companies don't do that. We do everything from soup to nuts for these people. And so we also realize that there are other associations and small businesses often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources to actually manage the LMS itself. So what we've done at Apongo is we've made e-learning simple. We do company training, product training, industry certifications. We improve member value to associations, and we provide secondary revenue streams. Now, if you talk to our customers, like Greg Brown, I met Greg Brown in Las Vegas. He was very frustrated that he had an emergency and his current LMS provider could only guarantee him a 7-day turnaround via email. So sitting here with him, I said, well, I just gave you my business card. You can call me anytime you want to. So he did. He called me about 3 times. And on the 3rd time, he invited me to Alexandria for a day trip to meet the executive team. it was a little interesting to me. I get in there and these people were looking at me like, you mean you're real and you're here and you're actually here with us? Because LMS companies typically just don't do things like that. And we took the business away from Docebo, which is one of the largest LMS companies in the world, simply because we're reachable, available, and there to help. And Greg would also tell you that he'll say this, you know, I'm with helicopter operations. I don't know content delivery over the web. The National Association of Flight Instructors, it's an all volunteer staff. So they're full-time corporate pilots. So they really need somebody to do all this for them. Pilot safety, he's a solopreneur. He's highly sought after speaker trainer. And so he's all over the place. He needs somebody to help him with this. Now, I mentioned that we're improving safety, safety of general aviation, and that's really the big thing that's going on in the whole aviation industry right now. So, along with the Helicopter Association, we created this course called 56 Seconds to Live, and I'm sure everyone here has heard about Kobe Bryant. The day he flew and the day they crashed, the LA helicopter squad itself was not flying because of bad weather. So how do we do what we do? We are the Salesforce of LMS platforms. We do everything for our customers with respect to all of this. We administer the LMS, which means we put up courses, we answer questions, we really just take that. We do training strategies because a lot of people are they know they need to do some training, but they aren't real sure on how to strategically put it together. We do content development, and we're also very service oriented. We are a customer intimate company. That means we know our customers very well, what they're doing, why they're doing it, and we know our marketplace. We are the outsourced e-learning department. So our customers usually have a strong need to do some online course development, but what they don't have is a department internally that does that. So that's what we do for them. Now, the real opportunity here is that COVID-19 has forced the global education system to embrace web-based online learning and training. And the other interesting thing is that employees who used to sort of object to some sort of online environment, now they're demanding that they have an online choice either before they go to the live class or because they don't really want to travel somewhere to do that. Now, the LMS buildings worldwide, were 9.6 billion in 2019. In 2021, they were up 64% to 15.8 billion, and they're estimated in 2026 to be at 37.9 billion. So here's our go-to-market strategy. We really want to go full force digital marketing and outreach so that we can reach the broader market. We're still going to go to trade shows and industry events and sponsorships in our target markets. And we also need to add some LMS administrators and account managers so that we can actually serve the new customers all coming on. And we need to accelerate our roadmap. The executive team is, there's Source myself, but then there's James Roselle. He is someone I have worked with in a couple of different environments for over 20 years. He's very technical. He's very great, outstanding at problem solving. And his last big project was with before he came with us, was with the Navy doing a big operations research project for them. Tom Dennis, another guy I've known for a long time, he does our branding and our web design. Lynn McNamee is our chief learning officer, and she's the person she's very steeped in the e-learning industry, in the business. She knows all of the players, all the competitors, what everybody does. And what she's going to do is lead the part of our company that puts together training strategies for people so that they're putting up the right things. Waylon Kelso is our sales guy, and he's really from the SaaS industry and selling, software as a service type products, and he is a smiling dollar like I've never seen. Cassidy Peterson runs product development. We actually worked with her in concert over at the Helicopter Association. That's how we met her. And so they're taking care of the platform and all the development. And then Charlie Quinn is our human resources. We have several trusted advisors, which I don't think we could really be where we are without. I mean, Izzy has been outstanding in helping us put together our pitch and our product and our messaging and with this today. Dan is he's got a financial template that just makes it so easy to put together everything, and so financially he's really on top of all of this. David Zumwalt, I've worked with him probably maybe over 20 years too, with ZHI Services. He is a seasoned executive, CEO, angel investor. He's been all over the place, and I have worked with him at 2 companies. So he's, in fact, I'm having lunch with him tomorrow. David Sim-Smith is with Mobility Ventures. I've known him forever. He's primarily out of the wireless industry, but in terms of just knowing who does what and how to grow and scale your company and things like that, he's just been an outstanding resource for me. Pat Hamner is with Patriot Capital. He's another investor. Investment within Patriot Capital. He was on the board with me at a company, and he walked in one day with this box. Inside this box were these things called Heelys. And he said, look what we've just decided to invest in. And, I didn't know how well that was going to go, but, that turned out, it just took over the whole world set the world on fire. In fact, you could see them. I think they were in CSI Miami, featured there one time when somebody was robbing a bank. Dan Vermeyer is somebody I've known for a while now. He's an M&A guy, and he helps companies with M&A. So like in any company, you don't just up and sell it one day. You have to prepare for that, and you've got to be thinking about that and running your company every day like that is going to happen. Bob Bolanger is a CFO who's from the SaaS industry as well. And so he's helping us keep up and make sure that we have all of our financial models exactly the way it should be. So here's our financials. It basically shows us coming up in year 5 at about 20 million. We break even somewhere late in year 2 or possibly early year 3. So what we're looking for is about $3.7 million with $3.7 million with about a 20% discount. And what we're going to use the funds for is all of our digital marketing, our sales efforts. We need to bring on some more LMS administrators, and we've got a very rich product roadmap that we would like to get started on. And we need to always, with a product like this, you're always updating your UI and your UX or your user experience. Anyway, that's all I've got. I'm Tom Allen, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. Back to you, Izzy.
Great job, Tom. Give him a round of applause. Sit tight here a second, Tom, because I've got a couple of questions for you. But okay. Great job. Excellent job presenting. So, Tom, what I'd love for you to do is talk a little bit about what I was mentioning earlier when I first introduced you. Since COVID, we now look to platforms like Zoom and being able to gather with a video type of element. And now you also have people on the front lines with COVID. I'm so thankful for them, the folks in hospitals. They still needed to do continuing ed, and LMS platforms were critical. I mean, there were folks basically going in the break rooms and going with their continuing ed on their phones. Like, can you talk a little bit about that and what a Pango can do for companies that maybe not only in the health industry, but I think about realtors and how busy that they are, CPAs and folks like that. Can you talk about how a Pango can not only just touch all different industries besides, the Helicopter Association, but how that could be a fit so investors get an idea of the scale of this incredible platform that you've built?
Well, all the things that you mentioned, those people are required to take continuing education courses. So one of the things that's really great about our platform is that we've been approved for continuing ed in several states and by several large associations, primarily because it allows them to do, we have a real powerful survey engine, what's required, but probably for what's happening here is that any of those industries can use online education. And what's happening is their employees are going, I don't want to travel to another location. I want to do this from my home. I want to do this from my car. And our platform runs on all the mobile devices. And so the world has really changed a lot with respect to people's willingness to go to a classroom when all they can, and just look at what we're doing right now. I'm sitting in my office, and when this is over, I'm still going to be sitting in my office. I mean, and it wasn't long ago, I probably would have gotten on an airplane, done a day trip to Denver to meet with you.
That's right.
People they just don't want to do that anymore. And so what's happening is the demand, it's actually kind of a grassroots demand. But so any kind of operation that needs a certification, we are absolutely perfect for. And we do those. We have actually several in healthcare. And what happens is that those people, well, like my wife is a speech therapist. Now think about this. We're watching TV one night and she goes, oh, I got to go get recertified for something. And she goes upstairs. She's back downstairs in 30 minutes. She's done with it.
Mhm.
That's and so what's happening is the whole world has really gotten, because of COVID, this whole idea of doing things virtually and remotely or there. And so real estate agents, healthcare workers, everybody is wanting to do things on their own time in their own environment.
Absolutely.
I hope that answers your question.
It certainly does. And it brings up another point, which I found so remarkable with you. I've been familiar with LMS platforms. They've become more in vogue here over the last few years and really spiked because of COVID. And yet, while it's a crowded space, there was something about Tom Allen and Apongo and our team that loved about you, especially because of what you're doing and how hands-on you are, the customer service. Can you heighten the visibility of some of those differentiators with what it looks like if a major company, like let's take a big real estate company like a Keller Williams or Century 21 or any of those folks that don't have the time or inclination to manage all this kind of stuff. Can you talk about what that would look like with Apongo and how hands-on you guys are?
Oh, yeah. So if I'm talking to somebody like a Keller Williams or anybody, and I find out that they don't have an internal e-learning department, which most companies don't, then I know I am talking to my customer. And the thing that I find is interesting about them is most of the time, they don't even know how to put an e-course together. I mean, just the mechanics of doing it. Like, well, how do I make one? How do I make a video? How do I do any of those things? So we talk to them about all that. And then once they come up with some sort of training, now they do need to provide us a subject expert because we're not subject experts in everything we do. We sit with them and we actually create the outline for the course, create the course itself, and put it up on the platform. And they are just relieved that we take this problem off their plate because they know, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but they kind of just know nothing. It's like Greg Brown, I mentioned earlier. Greg Brown and I get along really well. And one day he said, and I believe him, he's excellent at helicopter operations. He knows nothing about delivering content around the world.
Yeah.
And when I describe my customers, that's the way I think about them. They're very, very good at what they do. They need what we do. We're good at what we do. And because of my technical background, I mean, I'm technically curious anyway. You wouldn't believe the things that I have learned myself from people. But what they find is because we are who we are, they can talk to us like we're somebody who understands what they're doing. And I'm talking about even doctors. Think about a doctor. You know, you go to your doctor and have all the sort of emotional distance that they give you. Imagine a doctor describing for you the inner workings of an eye as if you're an eye doctor also, or let's say a cancer type doctor talking to you about how cancers grow inside the body because they know that you can understand what they're talking about. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. And I think what an investor would love to hear with learning about Apongo is, let's take a use case scenario. With my background, as you know, I used to be a stockbroker when I first started out, a young Wall Streeter.
Yeah.
Back in the mid 90s, and we used to have to do continuing ed and everything else. So think about how many Wall Streeters, right? Because of the advent of the internet, Zoom, and everything else,
Oh, yeah.
you can be a Wall Streeter in the middle of Podunk, USA. Doesn't matter as long as you have bandwidth and connect to the internet and all that. But now watch this. Think about at scale, like an LPL Private Ledger or any of these big Robert W. Baird, whatever it is, these big firms that have a lot of satellite offices and offices of jurisdiction, supervisory jurisdiction. Now they can connect with Apongo and do all their continuing ed with their folks. Speak to what the cost would look like, the kind of revenue you can generate, right? What that looks like per seat, per head for an investor to kind of quantify, hey, how can this thing grow if I help throw some gas on the fire?
Well, we have a couple of models. One is a transaction model. So when people buy it, we get a revenue split. The other one, actually more popular, is the enterprise model. So if there are around 1,000 seats or so, which is not huge, we would probably get somewhere around $500 a month for that. But as they grow and they get up to, say, 5,000 seats or more, and some of these that you just mentioned may have those all from the get-go. Now you're up to talking about, say, 5,000 a month, and so now you're talking about, say, 60 grand a year. But here's the other thing that's going to happen: content development is very expensive. So let's say you're only spending, say, 12,000 a year on your LMS. You're probably going to spend twice that in content development.
Yeah.
And so what happens is like I don't even know what this is going to end up being, but the helicopter guys are going to have their annual convention here soon.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a bunch of classroom training, and they're going to record all those, and then we're going to get all of those videos from them, and we're going to munge on them and put them up on the LMS. And you know what? We're probably going to charge them 10 grand for that, or maybe more.
Yeah, that's one company. So when you scale that out with small
right.
Businesses that typically don't have any in-house trainers, that's the lion's share of companies. The market opportunity is huge. That's what we saw when we were running your financials, and it's remarkable what you were doing. Any final thoughts you want to finish up with before we jump over to Howard?
No, I don't think so. I think we actually kind of covered everything, but the deal is, it's people largely do business with us because they want access to me and my people that know how to get done what they need to get done. And that is it.
Excellent. Well, again, Tom Allen from Apongo, give him a round of applause, show him some love in the chat. You did a great job. You're a great communicator, Tom.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be working with you. I love what I call easy. It's easy to work with you because you get it, you get business, and you can communicate well to investors. You don't have to dumb things down too much. You've done that great here, and I think everybody gets the scale of this. So great job, Tom.
Well,
all right.
Let me just say one line. I have actually, from an investor point of view, I've actually taken a couple of companies from a gleam in the eye all the way out the other end to an exit. So I'm very familiar with the drill. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Great job. Great job, Tom. All right. Our next presenter up is Howard Yu. If you could spotlight him, Dan, that'd be great. I always joke with Howard that he's got to be one of the most brilliant people that I've ever met. I always joke tongue in cheek that he's got more degrees than a thermometer. I mean, this guy is super smart. And when you just talk about the industry of desalination, right, you got to be a smart guy to figure this out. But I think what you've done is remarkable and how this can impact our planet, our world. And the bottom line is we all need water, right? And especially here in Colorado, what a lot of people may or may not know is that it's really challenging the growth spikes that we're seeing and not having enough water to facilitate that. So I'm so honored and privileged to be able to have Howard Yu just presenting his company, Green Blue. We're super stoked to be partnered with you, and I know investors are going to be excited to hear what you have to share. So without further ado, Howard Yu, you're up. Give him a round of applause. All right, brother, you're on.
Thank you, Izzy. It's great to be here with you today to share our vision. I'm Dr. Yu. I founded Green Blue to help the 600 million people who need to adapt to climate change by using desalinated water today, and the 2 billion people who will use it by 2050. Every day, a desalination plant in San Diego and thousands like it discharge billions of gallons of brine that's damaging the coastal environment. We have created the technology to separate this waste into valuable magnesium, salts, and fresh water. Seawater brine will become the cheapest, most abundant, and decarbonized source of magnesium. In turn, this lightest weight metal that weighs only a quarter that of steel will build our planes, trains, and cars. By doing this, we can save 90 billion gallons of gas a year. If we use it to store hydrogen, we can solve the huge problem of transportation and storage of this new fuel. Transforming this environmental waste into valuable resource has never been economically viable until now. I'm a former fusioneer. I worked on creating an artificial sun to generate carbon-free energy in my former career at MIT and at National Lab in Princeton, New Jersey. But I started Green Blue 5 years ago because I realized that not enough innovation was happening in water. Throughout history, about a dozen civilizations have collapsed from water scarcity. But even with today's mega droughts, water technology breakthroughs are not happening fast enough. The idea of separating brines isn't new. We've been trying to do it for more than a century. Creating a technology that can do it without carbon emissions at low cost is what our team has accomplished. I'll show you how our technology enables the reduction of 2.3 gigatons of carbon emissions each year at scale, more than 6% of global emissions last year. Now that's impact. But even before that vision comes true, I can smile because even my 4-year-old son understands that his dad is making sure everyone has water. Lake Mead behind the Hoover Dam is the water source for Izzy and 1 out of 8 Americans. It is at its lowest level since it was built in the 1930s. The Southwest, which includes Arizona, Nevada, Utah, California, Colorado, and New Mexico, is now in a persistent mega drought that could last for more than a century. And this is happening all around the world. We will try to use less water, but eventually we will have to turn to desalination, which creates fresh water from salt water. It is a critical climate change adaptation tool we will use increasingly as time goes on. But desalination creates waste brine, the concentrated salt water left behind when you extract fresh water. We believe that transforming this waste into zero carbon materials we need for climate change mitigation is a win for the climate, for the local ecosystem, and for Green Blue. So how are we going to do this? Our solution is a modular crystallizer in 20-foot shipping containers that separates brine into pure water and pure salts. Our first product will be a crystallizer packaged into 20-foot shipping containers that is easy for customers to pilot. Each container will treat 16,000 gallons per day and can be powered by waste heat, heat pumps, natural gas, and eventually solar power. We have de-risked the technology with a prototype that separated a brine into drinking water and solid salt powered just by warm water. We're going to complete a bigger prototype by July of this year. While I do not have the time today to do a technology deep dive, I'll share just a few details. Our crystallizer technology is based on a thermal swing adsorption pump. An adsorbent material sucks in water vapor above a brine to make it boil at low temperatures. When that adsorbent is warmed up, the water vapor is released and condenses back into pure distilled water. Our pump's active component is made from very low cost materials. It's dramatically cheaper to build compared to the prevailing technology, a mechanical vapor compression pump. Our pump is solid state. Nothing moves to produce the pumping action. Rather, the temperature changes. Instead of using electricity and motors, we can use much cheaper heat. The adsorbent is permanent and never needs replacement. No chemicals or membranes are needed. When all of these cost reductions are added together, our costs are just 3% of current techniques. Yes, that's a 97% reduction in cost. Even more impressive is that by selling the solids along with the water, we can generate 10 times the revenue. Our disposal as a service and our OEM equipment business is projected to achieve over 85% gross margins. We will become the Veolia for brines. Both total and addressable markets are immense. By 2050, there will be at least 110 gigatons of brine each year. That's about $2 trillion worth of water and minerals in that brine. We're aiming to recover 10% of that by 2050. $260 billion of additional metals are needed to support the transition away from fossil fuels. This will be impossible to achieve without a huge expansion of mining using water, known as hydrometallurgy. When Tesla builds batteries, they buy metallic salts. Our technology directly extracts those salts from the brine in hydrometallurgy. We're exploring opportunities in this space. Produced water is the very salty brine that comes up with oil and gas extraction. Typically injected back into the ground as waste, we can recover the water, lithium, and rare earth elements contained within. Combined, our addressable markets easily exceed $200 billion a year. Our technology not only addresses fast-growing markets segments, it will also accelerate these markets. We will start with a small volume, high margin beachhead market, recycling the high cost brine used to regenerate ion exchange resins. Ion exchange is used to remove contaminants from drinking water and softens hard water. So we can have an immediate impact in improving people's lives. We'll move on to the salt, magnesium, and liquid zero discharge markets for desalination, selling both a brine disposal service and the equipment to do so. Most of the desalination market lies outside of the United States, so selling into these markets will present the biggest opportunities for revenue and also for exit opportunities. We have found the ideal beachhead market for our first product. There are water treatment plants all over the United States treating drinking water. They use ion exchange resins like a big Brita filter to extract contaminants like nitrates, arsenic, chromium, and uranium. To clean these resins, they need a salt brine that's costly to make and to dispose. We can recycle this brine with our crystallizer and save the treatment plants more than 50% on their costs, with an investment of just $500,000 for each unit. The payback time is only 2 to 6 years. We already have interest for pilots for this product and expect to make our first sale in 2023. Step 2 in our go-to-market plan is the desalination brine market. For this, we have already lined up 6 pilot opportunities across agriculture, industry, government, and academic sites. Our value proposition is too good to pass up, but it is also difficult to believe without a pilot test. After countless customer interviews, we know that disposal as a service is what early customers want. After a pilot, they will sign contracts to dispose a certain amount of brine at a certain cost per volume. They will move on to buy equipment after we've established an operational history. There are many more opportunities to explore, but we've stopped committing to pilots until we can evaluate their revenue potentials. GreenBlue's co-founding team is 3 PhD engineering physicists, each with over 20 years of experience in deep tech. The co-founders have worked together for 15 years, and we have built the trust, respect, and cohesion that will let us get over the challenges ahead. Ethan is our CTO. His PhD is from Princeton. He's a design genius, and he leads mechanical design, prototyping, and manufacturing, and quality assurance. Kevin is our COO. His PhD is from University of Wisconsin at Madison. He is amazing with control electronics and software, so he heads those efforts. Dan is our head of marketing. He joined GreenBlue right from the beginning. He's a 23-year marketing veteran and has interviewed more than 100 stakeholders in the water space. He now knows what our customers want better than they do. I am the CEO. My doctorate is from MIT. I lead the strategic development, basic research, and fundraising efforts. I also created the engine at the core of our products. I'm frequently asked if our competitive advantage is sustainable. The answer is yes, and it can be proven. GreenBlue has improved brine separation the way reverse osmosis has improved desalination, leaving very little room for competitors to further improve either energy efficiency or cost. Compared to current crystallization methods costing between $40 to $70 per ton, GreenBlue has decreased that by 97%. Our efficiency is so close to thermodynamic limits that improvements become challenging and difficult to justify from a cost-benefit perspective. You can see from the chart, we've won the race to the bottom. We have a wide intellectual property moat with 4 issued patents and 6 more to be filed, with numerous trade secrets along the way. As soon as we're able to demonstrate our product, we expect demand to exceed production. We expect to enter the ion exchange, desalination, and mining brine markets within the next 5 years. This chart shows our projected revenues exceeding $140 million per year by 2027 with proven products. We will ramp up our production to 150 units per year by this time. By 2050, as we scale, GreenBlue can enable 2.3 gigatons of carbon dioxide reduction. First, we will be decarbonizing the disposal of harmful brine, fulfilling a crucial requirement that we don't worsen climate change or destroy the environment while adapting to climate change. Second, we will decarbonize the production of magnesium metal from seawater. As we are eliminating the brine, we are creating magnesium chloride essentially for free. We have a straightforward plan to create not just the world's first zero carbon magnesium, but also the cheapest and from an unlimited supply. The magnesium we produce will go on to reduce carbon emissions even further. As the lightest structural metal, lighter than steel, titanium, or aluminum, it can lightweight much of transportation. Lighter vehicles will use less fuel. Magnesium is also a leading technology for the transport and storage of hydrogen, a key missing piece of the new hydrogen economy. I understand the hesitation to invest in deep tech because technical due diligence is a challenge, but our technology has been repeatedly vetted by multiple government agencies with teams of PhD reviewers, business experts, and industry specialists. We have won more than $3.2 million of non-dilutive funds from multiple government agencies, including the Solar Energy Technologies Office, the Advanced Manufacturing Office, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the New Jersey Commission on Science, Innovation, and Technology. We are also one of 8 semifinalists in the Solar Desalination Prize, with another $1.8 million of prize money to be won. We look forward to winning that. We've also won or nearly won several business accelerators, including Cleantech Open, Cleantech to Market, and Hello Tomorrow. We're raising $5 million for a 16-month runway to build our beachhead product and to produce a few desalination pilot units. The funds will complete our product development, build a low volume production facility, and complete the pilots we've already lined up. Our milestones are easy. Make 4 units of production facility, build 4 commercial pilot units in 18 months, get contracts that are conditional on successful pilot results, and get off-taker agreements for those minerals. I conclude with an eponymous quote that helped name our company: no water, no life, no blue, no green. It's from Dr. Sylvia Earle, a marine biologist from New Jersey. Come, help us build a better tomorrow. Thanks for listening.
Great job, Howard Yu. Awesome job. Absolutely remarkable what you're doing. And I've got some questions over here that I'm sure investors are going to want to know and understand. Dan, if you could spotlight Howard and remove the share there, that'd be great. All right. So Howard, I mean, everyone knows how critical water is to our planet. I've been hearing it ever since I was a kid in all these campaigns, but it
Mhm.
seems like over the last 10, 15 years, the visibility of that has really been heightened, the challenge that we have. And I can only imagine what the next 10 to 15 years is going to look like unless we facilitate deep tech ideas like you have with Green Blue. And yet, when I say idea and deep tech, this is a proof of concept that has been figured out. Can you talk a little bit about like how this, that this works? It's not this project, when it gets funded, you're not going to be cutting your teeth figuring out if it's going to work. Can you speak about that a little bit?
Oh, absolutely, Izzy. We are not a startup in the traditional sense. I mean, we've already have, $3.2 million under our belt. Government agencies from throughout the government, multiple agencies, have given us non-dilutive funds to do the research and development necessary. We have proven that this works. We have separated the brines that I'm talking about into solid salt and into drinkable water as tested by an external lab. There is no longer any scientific risk left in our process. We are simply designing a new product. Of course, that has some engineering risk, but every time we design a new product, there is going to be some engineering risk associated with it, whether it's the first product of its kind or just a new version of a product. Of course, overcoming those design and engineering challenges is what builds the innovation moat. By the time we are done, we feel confident that we'll have built at least a 4-year lead on any possible competitor in this space.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. Do me a favor, can you let's sort of look at the scary future of, let's say there's no Green Blues around. Let's say we really don't address what's happening with this concern for water, like what we didn't do 20, 30 years ago. Let's say none of that is addressed. Can you just speak to what it would look like, what would happen in our country, in our world?
Sure. So for the very first time in human history, we need to make our own water. This hasn't happened since we needed to grow our own food, tens of thousands of years ago. Humans were hunter-gatherers until we said, well, there's not enough for us to hunt and gather. We need to grow our own food. And we invented agriculture. We, for the first time, are exhausting the water cycle of the earth, the carrying capacity of water on this planet. We have dammed up all the rivers and collected all the fresh water. We now need to make our own water. The technology exists to do this. It's desalination, but it creates this waste brine that we're just discharging into the coast. In the Red Sea, you can already measure that it's getting saltier. Okay, off the coast of California, they've built the largest desalination plant on the West Coast in San Diego. And one plant operating for 1 year probably won't make a huge difference. They are discharging 50 million gallons of this brine on the coast every year. But with desalination growing all around the world, that brine is what it does. It doesn't mix well with seawater. It sinks to the bottom of the ocean and it kills everything there. So when was the last time we decided that polluting the environment with something that's already there? You think it's seawater, right? I'm just putting a little bit more salty water into salt water. What could go wrong? Well, I remind you that there was already carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're just putting a little bit more into it. What could go wrong? By the time we prove that we've killed the oceans, we can't reverse it anymore.
That's absolutely crazy. And when, Kelly, you actually have a question, Kelly Masad. Would you mind unmuting and just asking your question? I know he was touching on that a little bit. Kelly, you there?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. So my question was around the extensive issues in California, and has Green Blue been in contact with local leaders there to discuss your technology? And I think that you touched on it a little bit, that there are competitors in that space, that are doing that, but they're just releasing the brine back into the water, and that's not ideal for the, I guess, viability of this, solution in the long run. So, have you been in
Kelly.
contact with local leaders and
Oh yeah,
telling-
absolutely. Kelly, thanks for your question. You've touched on a lot of different issues, and I want to dissect them one at a time. First of all, you mentioned competitor. Desalinators are our best friend. Okay, we take care of the one waste product they do not know how to get rid of. That's why they've already signed up for our pilots. The utility that has signed up to pilot with us is straight up telling us that if you can manage to eliminate the need for a discharge permit that's allowing this brine to re-enter the ocean as a waste product, you'll save us more than a decade and hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why they're interested in piloting us, even though we are an early startup. And second of all, I think you mentioned that, what was the other question that you asked? I believe it was what the ramifications are. Desalination discharge permits are basically not being issued anymore. They've recently stopped a desalination plant in Corpus Christi, Texas. Now this is Texas, and they've decided they don't want to discharge brine into their coasts. So if Texas isn't going to do it, who will? And if we don't get a handle on this desalination waste product, we are actually going to hinder the expansion of desalination as a useful tool for climate change adaptation. And if we don't have water, disaster will follow.
Obviously, a disaster will follow, and that I'm also thinking about not only just clean drinking water, but what happens to farms? Like I think about Colorado and this green movement with cannabis and all these different types of crops that folks are trying to grow, and yet with all these golf courses and subdivisions that they're building here, there's not going to be enough just drinking water. And can you just tell us the scary facts, going back to what I was saying? If that doesn't happen, what do we do? What do we end up doing? Could it literally be that we open up our spigot and nothing comes out?
Yeah, absolutely, Izzy. It's already happened in other parts of the world. In South Africa, when they had a certain drought and they didn't have enough water capacity, the spigots went dry. They had this countdown 2 years ago in South Africa. It was called Day Zero. It was the day that their taps were just you turn them on and nothing would come out. And they had a countdown to emergency desalination projects. And this is going to happen all throughout the world. Now, look, we're not a desalination technology per se. Okay, reverse osmosis and these other technologies already exist. In fact, the water under the Southwest United States, called brackish water. Now, this is basically you drill a well into the ground and slightly salt water comes out. There's 800 years of this stuff. And right now, in inland places, big agriculture in California is trying to secure their future by desalinating this brackish water. Okay, this water is only about 1/10 as salty as seawater, and they can actually extract 90% of the water when they desalinate it. But what do you do with this 10% of leftover brine? Now, that's the brackish desal brine market I'm talking about. This little 10% of the brine in an inland situation where you cannot get rid of it, it's what's stopping these projects from happening. Our technology will actually enable that. We have partners that are saying, if you give us this technology and you can cost effectively treat the brine so that we don't have to discharge it, we can basically open the spigot again, create millions of gallons of cost-effective water for agriculture in the Southwest.
Howard, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. It's an honor to be partnered with you as a capital partner, and I am making it my mission to heighten the visibility of your company. There's a tremendous need there. And I love what you've told me before and what you've shared. Back in the day when my daughter was even younger, she's 7. So, when I say back in the day of doing these events live, and she'd watch me leave the house and she'd say, Daddy, you're going to go help the people with their companies, right? Yes, honey, that's what I'm going to do. And I love what your son says. Daddy, you're going to go help people so that we have drinking water, right? You just help people to make sure that we can have drinking water. Isn't that what your son says? Something to that effect, Howard?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's 4 and he says, Daddy's making sure everyone has water. I mean,
That's amazing.
everyone knows what we're doing and how valuable it is. It's always a pleasure talking with you, Izzy. Thanks.
Great job. All right, give Howard Yu a round of applause. Great job. Up next, we've got my good friend and colleague, Patrick Henry. If you could spotlight him, Dan, that'd be great. Patrick, you're a remarkable entrepreneur. You can go ahead and unmute. You've done some incredible things with your background as a businessman. And now you found an opportunity with, going back to the old days of Dirty Harry and what he was doing with that movie and how it became so prolific, that handgun. And here in the state of Colorado, not like a lot of other states, not everybody is positive on the position of guns, but I can tell you here in Colorado, they need them for hunting and that type of thing and protection when they're out in the wildlife. So, but talk a little bit about your company in just a second here and the good that you're doing with that and what you're doing for gun collectors and owners. I think it's absolutely remarkable how you've put together this incredible handgun and bringing it from the Dirty Harry days of Clint Eastwood. But without further ado, Patrick Henry is here. And I know that I'm so terribly sorry to hear about your loss. I know you're interrupting your day with a funeral, but thank you so much for sharing. I know investors are going to want to hear about what you're doing with AutoMag. So give him a round of applause. Patrick Henry, you're up. Go ahead.
Okay. In 2015, I had a friend contact me and he wanted some parts for a very rare gun called the AutoMag. And so as I was looking, I found the family that owned the original rights to the AutoMag, which had not been made since 1983 or 81. And I knew there was a huge demand for them. So I thought there were enough parts to maybe build 400 or 500 guns. So I thought, I'll just build these, I'll buy these parts, put these guns together and just move on to the next project. But then it kind of took on a life of its own. I found out that there were a number of flaws with the gun. People loved it in spite of its shortcomings. And so we put together a group of people that over time that addressed all those problems. And we end up reconnecting with a lot of the key players with AutoMag. And today we have, we're 6 months behind on production and we're ramping up production, but I think we'll sell a huge amount. And right now, to buy one, you pay us $4,000 and you wait 6 months and get your gun. So it's a very unique product that people are willing to pay in advance and wait that long. And some people waited in the beginning, they waited more than 3 years.
And that's what really blew me away when we first started talking about your company is it just the movie itself that people are willing to wait for 6 months and say, here's $4,000. And if you wouldn't mind, when you have a second, if you can share on your screen, or I can pull it up myself as well, what the AutoMag looks like. But can you speak a little bit to why people are willing to wait 6 months? Because and so many other places you can walk in and buy a beautiful gun, but there's something about the AutoMag. There's something about that prolific movie, the movies of Dirty Harry. Speak a little bit about that, if you wouldn't mind, while I pull up a picture of your gun here.
The AutoMag itself is almost like a celebrity, and I really hate to call it a gun. It's more like a trophy, just like you wouldn't call her, well, you would call a Rolex a watch, but you don't buy a Rolex to keep time. It's more of a collector's item, and that's what the AutoMag is. It's very unique, and the people that want to buy those kind of guns, they already have every gun that money can buy, but the AutoMag has not been available for 35 years. And we made it better, not only function better, but we made it look beautiful. Because the one that Clint Eastwood used was a special one-made gun. It was never made in production. And that's the one that everybody wants. So the gun we produce looks exactly like the one from the movie.
And when I saw that, I certainly want one with my name on it. Can you talk about the beautiful design when you order one of these and how it's customized in a beautiful case? Talk about that, because that was one of the touch points that I thought was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I was gonna try to pull up my photos here. Let's see. Favorites. And it also, it's so weird. This is a copy of the gun that was in the movie. It was in a red wood lined box, which had never been made. And it had an 8-inch barrel, not a 6-inch. And it had a high polished finish and it had wood grip. So all of that was unique to the one gun in the movie. The original gun didn't look quite as good as that. And therefore everybody wants that one.
So you have this pent up demand, and they
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the gorgeous case. Can everybody see my screen here with this beautiful case with a couple of clips in there? And I know that you were just recently at SHOT Show in Vegas, and that's something that is very, very popular with gun owners around the world. And they come to SHOT Show, and I know people were blown away with the beauty of your gun, the accuracy of your gun, and also the power of this gun. Can you speak to a little bit of that? And I think that's one of the other things that has become so prolific with the Automag, is that they see that they're going to get not only get this collector's piece, but if they got to use it, it's a powerful handgun for sure.
Yeah. Well, it was designed as a big game hunting pistol. And at the time, it was the largest caliber semi-automatic pistol in the world. And people used it to hunt, bear and, big game animals, and not many. Most people buy it and just collect it, but rarely somebody actually uses it for what it was designed for. But can you see my screen?
No, I cannot.
Okay, how do I share the screen?
On the bottom there, you should have in your window where it says share screen, hit that button.
Okay,
And then you should see a gallery of things that you're looking to share. Click on that and hit share again. There we go.
this is just kind of some random photos, but that's actually the president of Car Arms, Justin Moon. And he started Car Arms, but he bought Thompson, he bought Auto Ordnance, and he bought, not Desert Eagle, he bought Magnum Research. That they make the Desert Eagle. And his vice president said they would be interested in acquiring the, I'm not really trying to sell the company. This is Joe Mantegna, and he did a TV program called Gun Stories about the Automag, which just aired last Wednesday. And he came out to the SHOT Show. This is Josh Barnett. And this is kind of amazing. I have all these celebrities that have an interest in Automag, but this guy flew out there.
Right? Isn't Josh
5
Barnett,
days.
isn't he a UFC fighter?
Yeah, he's Josh Barnett, the War Master, and he just loves the Automag and he wants to help out. So all I did is pay his airfare and hotel, and he came out and worked the booth just like he was an employee. This is Taran Butler's girlfriend, and she's the, he is the trainer to the stars. He trained Will Smith, Halle Berry, Keanu Reeves, and how to shoot a gun. And she posed with the Automag last month, and she came out to and she also posed not Will Smith. Now I won't remember the guy's name. The comedian.
Yes.
Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx saw the gun. He was not there for it, but he saw it out there, so he asked could he pose with it. And that's Taran Butler. He's the trainer to the stars, so he trains all the movie stars on. And Ted Nugent contacted me, asked me to bring him one to his ranch in Texas this spring to go deer hunting, and he's going to put it on his TV program. And nobody's charging me anything to do this. This is
That's what I found so incredible, is that you had all this free advertising, all of this pent up demand. Let's jump a little bit to what you're doing with the Capitol and how the numbers work.
Yeah.
First off, you've made this very, very profitable for Automag.
Yeah,
And,
right now it costs us about $1,385, and we sell it for a little over $4,000. So it's got a good margin. But the good news is as we move more and more operations in-house, our costs are dropping already. So I think we'll be basically down to $1,000 by the end of the year.
That's amazing.
And
Absolutely.
we didn't do it for that reason. We had a lot of supply. 3 times we had to shut down because we couldn't get parts and we only had one vendor for 10 parts. Within 90 days, we'll be able to make 9 of those 10 parts in-house. And not only can we make them, they'll be less expensive than the ones we're buying, and the quality's higher.
Yeah, that is absolutely remarkable, and the gun is beautiful. And speaking about the numbers and what you're doing right now, with a capital raise of $5 million, with a $2 million tranche that's coming in here first with convertible notes. Can you speak to the offer that is being presented to investors?
Yeah, we're paying 12% for 2 years, and in 2 years you can convert at a 20% discount or a 50 million cap.
So there's going to be a $50 million valuation cap with a 20% discount on that first $2 million. So tell me where that takes the company, because I know you've got a lot of pent up demand and a lot of this free advertising, if you will, and you're generating this huge following where people are like, man, I want an Automag, I want an Automag, and you can't, you're getting sales every day.
Yep.
You can't keep up with the product. Talk about what that $2 million, that first 2 million, and then into the 5, what that's going to do for the company.
Yeah, I like to work in 100 units per month. It's just simple math, because even though our net is a little higher, for simple math, I say we make 2,500 per gun. So 100 guns a month is $250,000 a month. Our overhead's about 100 grand a month. But I think we'll easily do, I know we'll do more than 200 a month, but I think we're probably doing the 300 to 400 a month. So for every 100 a month, we net roughly $3 million a year. And if we, as some people, and these are not just, these are people that get paid to do firearm market studies. They think, at least for a little while, we could do between 500 and 1,000 a month. And at 1,000 a month, we would net $30 million a year.
And, you know, I know that when we began talking to some folks, you know, one of the things that came up with is, hey, are they going to start outsourcing manufacturing and things like that? And there's so much quality control when it comes to this. Can you speak to that, this isn't just something easily replicatable, just saying, oh yeah, let's just outsource somebody else to do this. You have an amazing team of people, and it's not cheap to keep them on staff. Can you speak to that a little bit, Patrick?
Yeah, I'll just tell you a couple stories. And we bought 6 more, or ordered 6 more mills, kind of high-end CNC tools. And when we were subbing them out, we were getting about a 20% loss in the quality, because the quality wasn't there. We couldn't use those parts. And they were taking, for this one particular item, it took them 2.35 hours to make 8.5-inch barrel complete, and we're making them in 57 minutes, and it's 100% quality, and the finish is higher than the ones we got before, so the polishing time takes less and the assembly time takes less. So it's really worked out well making things in-house.
And making things made in the USA.
Exactly.
Tell us a little bit about the pride with your manufacturing team, and when people buy this gun, how proud they are for it to say right on the box, made in the USA. Yeah,
well, not only that, I had a call recently from a guy had his gun on order for over 2 years, and he said, I just walked in my gun shop and they told me that they had a gun for me, and he pulled it out. He said, I had a crowd of 14 people standing around me. And he said, I own over 450 guns. He said, this just became my favorite gun in my collection. So I get those kind of calls every week.
That is fantastic. Patrick Henry with Automag, thank you for allowing us to interrupt a challenging time in your life right now. I know that you're at a funeral, and appreciate you just taking the time to jump in here. But what I got to tell you is that we're so proud and honored to be partnered with someone that is building things right here, made in the USA, a beautiful gun like the AutoMag, helping you with this pent up demand and making sure that all these folks around the country that are looking to get an AutoMag will get that here soon. And you're continuing to see more and more orders, and you'll probably see more with this being disseminated throughout social media and people learning about the AutoMag. But thank you again so much for your time, Patrick. I really appreciate it. Great job. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Great job, Patrick.
I will,
All right.
one quick, I got called from Russia from a gun shop in Russia, and he said they're under turmoil there, but he said he really wants to distribute it in Russia. And I said, right now we can't keep up in America, but when we do get caught up, if things stabilize, we'll be happy to connect with you. All right, I'm gonna jump off the call.
Okay. All right, Patrick. Have a great rest of your day, and our condolences to you and your family.
Take care.
All right. We are going to take a short break. Duncan, you are on deck, and who we're going to have up next is Duncan Burns. You don't want to miss this, and I encourage you to grab your lunch, make your lunch, get ready to, because we're going to plow through lunch here. I'll be eating at my desk. My daughter will probably make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but we're going to have Duncan up next here. And Duncan's got a remarkable company with the Veggie Dome. I don't want you guys to miss this. We have one in our home, and I'm so excited for you to be sharing on what you're doing with the Veggie Dome and how you're capitalizing your company and scaling this to so many kitchen countertops. It's remarkable what the Veggie Dome is able to do. You don't want to miss that next. Dan, if you can just put a timer up for our break time, I'm going to go ahead and get my lunch made and have it here at my desk in just a bit. What are we taking, Dan? 10, 15 minutes?
15.
15 minutes. All right. We will be back right here in 15 minutes, and Duncan Burns will be kicking off our next part of the session. Great job, everybody. We'll be right back with you. All right, we are back. Thank you for the cranking tunes there, Dan. I think, Dan, did you say that was a mixtape from your college days in your grunge garage band? Was that you guys playing?
No,
It's
I'm not
been-
that musically talented.
Well, you're musically talented enough to pick great music. By the way, if you've had an experience, excuse me, with Dan Matthews, who's our Director of Finance and Operations, who's done amazing financial projections for you guys. If you've had a great experience with Dan Matthews, would you show some love in the chat? I sure do appreciate him. He's an amazing gentleman that takes so much time away from his family. A lot of times he'll jump on with you guys and he's got his daughter in his lap with him. He's so devoted to startups. I love what he does. So give him a round of applause and show him some love in the chat when you have an opportunity. Appreciate you, Dan, and everything that you do. Which brings me up to our next point. We are going to be doing our next event on March 25th. We do an event like this the last Friday of every month. And when you're a part of the Fidelity Equity Partners cohort, you get to present live in front of the investor audience. We also disseminate this through our social media channels. And this is probably a good interjection for me to explain a little bit about who we are, what we do, and what we're not, and how this all got kicked off. I'll just take a minute or so, Duncan, and then we're over to you. So part of this cohort, what we do is we heighten the visibility of startup founders because we're connected with tens of thousands of investors that love plugging into us and learning about these startup companies and bright entrepreneurs with great ideas. So first and foremost, what we do when you're part of our 60 days to seed capital is we build out the financials. We build out your pitch deck. We build out a teaser. We then go into our network and we connect organically. One of the things that has been stated before with our investors, they say, Izzy, I love the fact that you guys don't just do email blasts. And I get a bunch of these spam emails with different companies like many other folks have done. Not that I'm trying to bash any other companies that do what they do, whatever it is, that's their process. We don't do that. We attract investors to this organically. Sometimes they even get a phone call or a text message from our team directly or from myself, just to heighten the visibility of what we do for them. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. One of the other things that is really, really cool about what we do with Fidelity Equity Partners is when you're a member, you're part of this closed social media network. When I say closed, you don't just disseminate this information and get all these people posting from here and there and everywhere and a bunch of kooks and crazies. But we have sophisticated investors that plug into this, and then they can look at the different types of companies that we're associated with and what we're working with, from pre-rev, low rev to post-revenue types of companies. So that this is a great tool that we use within Fidelity Equity Partners as part of your portal. What we do is we also record every single one of our coaching sessions with you. And some of you who are on here now that we work with, you guys know how beneficial that is, so that you don't have to be sitting there feverishly taking down all these notes. You can have that recording and go back to what Dan might have showed you, what I might have showed you, what another member of our staff might have showed you. And the whole roadmap of what it looks like with Fidelity Equity Partners is, as you guys know, we don't earn any commissions on monies that are raised. So if $1 million comes in from 10, 12 sophisticated investors putting anywhere from 75, 100 grand into your idea, all that money goes to you. So we do have fees for doing what we do, but it's nothing like working with an investment bank, a venture capital firm, giving up a lot of control of your company or anything like that. So I'm always asked the question, well, Izzy, why is it that you do that? So many other people charge more. I don't get it. What's the catch? I'll tell you what it is. Because when we identify the right type of companies that we heighten the visibility to on our investor network, our investors know that the way we are going to do well in the end is by seeing the company capitalized and then some type of exit strategy on the back end, i.e. maybe some type of acquisition. Maybe there's something by way of what's called an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, and someone takes you out, private equity deal, whatever it is. But those folks that are out there looking for companies like yours, and I'll go ahead and share my screen quickly with that. And as I'm talking, I'll just share that in just a second. But essentially what ends up happening is we're connected with lots of M&A firms that are looking to connect their private equity clients, or, and let me just, why isn't this sharing here? I'm not sure why. Let me share this. Okay, here it is. So as you can see here, just by, these are just phone contacts alone, and then we have others by email. So we're connected with thousands of M&A firms that are potential buyers for your particular company when it's a right fit, when you become what's called a platform investment. And you know what they do? They pay us to identify those companies because they love the good work that Dan Matthews does. They love the work that our team does, because we vet out these startups so that a sophisticated investor can jump into this with some confidence and say, you know what? I'm not going to have to be a manager of this company later on. I know that Fidelity Equity Partners does good work and they want to make money just like I do. So we got to help bolster these companies. And in the end, that's what ends up happening is you guys do a great job with the capital that's raised for you. And then you end up seeing an exit later on down the road. But without further ado, I want to bring up my good friend and colleague, Duncan Burns. If you could go ahead and spotlight him, Dan. Duncan, it's been such an honor and pleasure to work with you. I think you're doing such a good work for this country, especially with what happened. I know everyone talks about COVID, but talking about gut health and how important that is for the immune system. Do you think eating fresh fruits and vegetables are important in our daily diet? The answer to that is unequivocally yes. And I'll just mention this quick point because I have this unit in my household. Duncan was gracious enough to send it over to me. And here's one of the things that I found remarkable, and I always tell this story, is that from time to time, we'll do an ice cream night where we take all the toppings and we'll put them in bowls, from M&Ms to gummy bears to sprinkles and all those type of yummy things that we put on top of our ice cream. And our family will sit around the table and laugh and giggle and make ice cream sundaes and that type of thing. And usually they'll come around and grab a handful of those toppings that are there. But that day I had the Veggie Dome on my counter. And as I was preparing all those treats that are going to go on the ice cream, my little guy walks over and he grabs a handful of broccoli and carrots and even cauliflower, right? And walks away and doesn't touch any of the stuff that is the candy in those bowls. And I was blown away. And I got Duncan on the phone and I said, Duncan, you are absolutely right. Once you have this stuff in front of people, they're going to eat it, because what do people typically do with their fruits and vegetables? They put them in the bottom drawer. They might put them on a fruit bowl. They start to spoil. There's fruit flies around there. They're not protected or anything like that. I don't want to steal your thunder, Duncan, but you know how excited I am about what you're doing. But without further ado, go ahead and jump into Veggie Dome and everything that you can do, just revolutionizing kitchen counters around the country.
Great. Thank you, Izzy, for that great introduction. And I am Duncan Burns. Let me see. I'm going to share this desktop screen here. Are we sharing here? We're sharing there.
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
You can see everything full screen there. Great. Thank you again, Izzy, for that great introduction. And I wanted to present to you the Veggie Dome. This is a device which displays the vegetables out on your table or out on the counter throughout the entire week. So you wash the vegetables, you put them in there, and every time you're walking by, it's like a cookie jar for veggies. So I can see some investors going, I don't know if this is necessarily my type of wheelhouse, but guess what? This is more than just a housewares device. This has got an amazing broad spread and is impacting lifestyles and can, in fact, really make a huge difference in several different industries, which I'll show you. It has a utility patent. And again, my introduction to me is I'm Duncan Burns. I was helping my kids want to come home from school and reach in and grab some vegetables from the table instead of crackers all the time or whatever else is out on the table or in the shelves. So I tried to figure out how can these last a longer time than just, let's say, after school and would they get wilted or anything. I reached back into my childhood, and I knew that when I was very young, I built a greenhouse with my brother. I was 13, he was older, and I was learning from him about tropical plants and orchids that grow out on trees. And I asked him, well, if they're hanging on the trees, how are they drinking water? The roots are clinging onto the bark. He said, they're drinking water from the air through their leaves. So fast forward 30 years later, when I'm trying to get this device that might work for my kids, I became involved with devising the VeggieDome, which looks like a very simple device, but it actually solves a bunch of problems. And I'll go towards the next slide here. The problems that we're dealing with now in this nation is that we're throwing away 40% of our vegetables from the fridge. This is the stuff we buy. Lettuce is now up to $3 a head of lettuce, and we're throwing it in a plastic bag, putting it in the refrigerator, forgetting about it for a couple of days, and then pulling it out with the bags maybe opened up, it's wilted or lost. $100 a month is an average in households in America that are active. One of also the reasons is it's out of mind. We're putting it in the fridge, we close the door, the vegetables are sitting there in the dark, and we are grabbing whatever else is around and forgetting that, in fact, one of the best things for us to eat are fresh fruits and vegetables. The solution is the VeggieDome actually allows two different things to happen, and the plants or the vegetables that you put in there are in fact still alive. They're alive even if you've pulled them out of the ground and harvested them and brought them back from the store. There is a lid on top, which is like a cookie jar lid, which actually allows the ethylene gas to escape out throughout the day. But that same lid is like a valve, letting the bad gas go out. It actually keeps the moisture still in. Even though there's a little bit of a gap that allows the ethylene gas to escape, the water vapor, which is a heavier molecule, stays down below and keeps the vegetables fresh throughout the day. Our market opportunity has been opened up. We actually started with an Indiegogo campaign. We were successful. We hit 47 US states in 45 days. I thought that was going to be just, maybe East Coast, West Coast, but almost every one of the North America states, not Alaska and Hawaii because we couldn't send it to them. Almost every single state had an order come in just through the Indiegogo. And we've sold 7,000 units, 7,500 units, and we're expanding now. That's one of the reasons why, in terms of our go-to-market strategies, we actually have an array here. We're going to go retail. We've talked to the box stores. We have interest. We obviously have to get our inventory up so that we can match what their requirements are. That's really what this capital raise is all about. We also have discussed with hotels and cruise ships the concept that you'd be able to have, you go to your hotel room and you want some vegetables and you are staying for 2 or 3 days. The VeggieDome will be like ordering the vegetables up from the kitchen. There's no change in what they're doing there. But with this device, you come back to your room, it's not all spoiled. And you are actually having hotels that have reached out to us and said, you know what, we want to have the profile of having healthy stays for our guests and that we're promoting their health. So that's part of their sale on the partnerships that we have with hotels. And guess what? Once people start seeing them in hotels, then they'll get curious and want them in their houses also. With our 2021 utility patent, we've been able to now discuss licensing agreements with companies, and that will be making different types of models, maybe far more expensive ones for the Beverly Hills set and Malibu set. And in terms of our B2C, we've been able to have Amazon sales and our VeggieDome.com sales. But also we are interested in, we've reached out to caused fundraising. Let's say the American Diabetes Association, if they want to have people eat healthy vegetables and part of their fundraising is going on, they would be selling the VeggieDomes for us. And the kitchens where these would then end up would be a cause for discussion and more product awareness. Also, we've been in contact with the QVC group, and we have a connection with somebody who literally has an office there at QVC. So we're ready to go with that. We just need to be able to raise the fundings to be able to scale our production. And in terms of scaling, this is an important slide here, and I might stay on it for a little bit, is that there are actually 6 different industries that Veggiedome will have an effect on. And I'm having an effect, the word disruption, I think, is a little bit destructive. I'm saying it will literally help boost these industries. And how? If a nutritionist and a dietitian is saying, okay, you need to be able to have more vegetables, more fresh produce in your diet. And guess what? You're going to get one of these things, which makes it so that you're reminded as you go through your kitchen that here, these are the things you're eating. And I want you to wash 8 carrots and 5 sticks of celery and put them in that Veggiedome. And with every other day, I want you to be eating it. This is a tool that literally changes behavior so that people in the nutrition industry, the weight loss industry, which is a huge multi-billion-dollar industry, can use it as another tool. This is the next step towards them actually making a difference in the lives of their clients. So those are 2 industries that are just very much impacted by this new tool. But health conscious families, they are looking for the next new thing in the kitchen. Well, the Veggiedome will be literally changing the landscape of the kitchen. You've got your food, the good stuff that is for your body with the vegetables and fruit out there on the table looking back at you. And it's actually quite beautiful with the colors and the natural forms. But that is what I'm saying is the next new thing in the kitchen industry, a whole department of out of refrigerator produce containers. So we've got a whole new division for housewares to be thinking about and bringing to market. Also, pro athletes and trainers. This sounds like maybe a smaller industry, but actually, this isn't just high schools and colleges. This is pro athletes, and we've actually got some pro athletes already on board who are interested in being influencers and being actually a part of this way in which America can eat better and be better in terms of healthy diet and improve our immunity, like Izzy was saying. This is a thing that was actually going to boost this industry because those athletes and those trainers can say, okay, get one of these Veggiedomes, put it out on your counter, you're making a difference in your life. And the last industry that I mentioned is the healthcare industry. And kind of interesting that I'm saying, well, your doctor is going to tell you to eat more carrots and celery. Actually, there is a huge group of project called the Plantrition Project that meet both in the West Coast and also in New York every year. Thousands of doctors and nurses. You can only go to this convention if you are in the healthcare industry. And it is packed every time. People are trying to make it so that actually part of your diet or your whole diet is affecting the medication that they're having to prescribe. We're getting away from the dozens of pills that people have to take every day to actually changing your healthy diet and getting it to a point where really there's a huge difference. Now it's medically proven that you can get away from a lot of these medications. Actually, even sometimes within 5 weeks, you're no longer taking a lot of the medications because you're actually just eating the food that you should be eating. My management team has been just fantastic over these last couple of years, and we are also looking to expand. Phil Nardell has got a lot of experience in the corporations that he's worked in, and Trevor is just an amazing, on-the-point man who is literally always ahead of my questioning. If I go have something that comes up, Trevor's already got it figured out, which is great. And Pat, who is an amazing person in terms of her inspiration and her vision of what marketing can be. Why? Because she actually has taken on other category creators. And that's what she calls the Veggie-Dome. As I've said, in the housewares market, our category of out of refrigerator devices is a new category. And she has experience in that and has worked with lifestyle companies and natural organic products. Pat is fantastic. So on my advisors, and I realize that my advisor page is kind of crowded here, and actually I could have 3 or 4 more pages filled with advisors and people who are interested in helping me out. Why? Because every time I've asked an advisor or someone who's really an amazing person in their field, whether or not it's a doctor or a nutritionist, or even, as I've mentioned earlier, some of these professional sports figures, you know what? They're interested in helping other people be healthier. And so if they see that this is a product that can change the household of people across our nation, just by being there, just having the display of vegetables, that people see food and they eat it. Well, this is a no-brainer, and people are really interested in becoming part of this company or being part of even the sales of it. They're interested in getting the word out because they would like to help families become healthier. And in America, we do have a real crisis in terms of people not eating well. And it's really something that is a shift that's going on. There's the concept of plant-based food is huge in food right now. Well, guess what? The Veggie-Dome is in fact plant-based food sitting right on your counter. So as we are looking at the beginning of our development here, we've already had sales of 7,500. I would consider the sales that we've done as a string of market tests that we have really done, collecting data and getting ready for the scaling, which is what I'm showing here. Once we can make the first batch of a larger number. We've only been making 2,000 units at a time. That's the part of the test marketing. Now we jump into the point where we're making 10,000, then 30,000, then 50,000 units. And we're able to get them into all of the various markets and industries that I've mentioned earlier, because it is something that is going to take on, we're looking at literally creating a trend, literally making available a new device which people can see immediately as something that's going to gain real strength in their home, or really make their home into something that's a much more healthier environment for the family. The funding is that we're raising $750,000. We're going to be involved with an investment in that inventory that we're saying, and those are people that would have royalties involved. That would be a quick turnaround on that investment. Or we also have equity through a safe and a hybrid convertible note that I've developed, and Izzy is guiding me on some of the points with that. We've got it really ready on 2 different levels here, so that we're open to that type of fundraising. The Veggie-Dome is something that is going to change your household. It is going to change our opinion about food. It's a new way of seeing food. And actually, you actually are seeing it, because if you walk by this about 3 or 4 times, let me tell you, you would eventually open it up and start eating from it. And that's what Veggie-Dome is about. But guess what? We are able to make a lot of them because they're, in fact, a simple device, yet with our utility patent in place, and also 3 design patents, and also design patents in Europe and internationally, we are ready to replicate. Thank you again for your time. My information is down below.
Great job, Duncan Burns, Veggie-Dome. All right, got a few questions here, Duncan, and perspective as well. And I got excited immediately about the Veggie-Dome, because I see the value of eating fresh fruits and vegetables in our home. And so many people are challenged with type 2 diabetes in this country. I mean, it is running rampant. Can you speak a little bit to the fact that with having a healthy gut, with things like type 2 diabetes, obviously obesity in this country, and just a sedentary lifestyle that people went into when COVID happened, can you speak to the fact of how healthy living like this can have a tremendous impact and what that could look like for Americans with having just a simple device like this on their kitchen counter?
Great. And I appreciate what you're saying, Izzy, because I took a personal trip myself in developing this when I first was making the Veggie-Dome. That's also where I came across some of the scientific data, and also a book called The China Study, huge, one of the largest nutritional studies ever done in the world. It was published right about the time I was making the Veggie-Dome. So I was thinking, oh, this is interesting. The thing that I'm making available for my children on the table is actually something that there are scientific papers that are now over this last decade or so, 15 years that I've been doing the Veggie-Dome, as personally in my family, it literally is something where doctors can prescribe or have people have more fresh produce in their household and actually get away from having these pills that people take literally on a daily basis. My mother-in-law passed away. My father-in-law, he still has really been ill through the fact that he's had a diet that didn't work out. Obviously, it's good to be athletically inclined. But in America, only 10% of the population is eating as much vegetables and fruit as the FDA or the CDC prescribes. I mean, that's not a good, that's a bad F for our country. And if you walk around, you see, and everyone knows someone in their close family or a relative or a friend who's been affected by the fact that our diets are involving processed food that isn't with let's say if you have a whole carrot or a celery, there's more than just the vitamin C, the vitamin A, okay? There's more than just the moisture. It's the fiber that's with it, and there's no fiber in a lot of this processed food. So your gut, what you're saying is cutting edge, Izzy, in terms of the gut biome is something that's been only looked at or published about in the last 2 years or so, and now it's getting more focus upon. It's what we're putting in our body. We need to be able to digest it and have it benefit our body. And just having a couple more different pills is not the way to do it. You literally have to go to the stores and say, okay, instead of a vitamin A pill, I need to either go out 5-6 sticks of carrots and celery. The fiber, the whole orchestra of what that offers your body is what our complex systems are requiring. This is over years and years. And what your grandma and great-grandma ate was probably healthier than what we are serving in the stores now.
Oh, no question about it. There's so much processed foods that are,
Right.
that are on shelves, and I learned from you. Stick to the outer areas of the supermarket, and you'll eat healthier that way instead of those inner aisles, right? But talking about the business side of this, I love the direction of where Veggie-Dome is headed. This small tranche of capital that you're doing here, 750 grand, just under $1 million. And I know for an outside investor looking at this saying, all right, well, how much money can really be made here? And what I want you to speak to is what we talked about with that valuable utility patent. With so many glassware companies that are out there that can recognize, well, gosh, we've already got the manufacturing facilities. You don't have to have the deep wallets for that or anything. There's a huge amount of revenue that Veggie-Dome can see from licensing this utility patent with the beautiful designs that, take someone like a Corning or something that you would find in a Williams-Sonoma or a Crate and Barrel, that type of thing, where you see this beautiful piece of glass, and yet it's licensed by Veggie-Dome. Can you speak to the potential revenue streams that you can see there? Because I think it's absolutely staggering.
Well, that's a good point to bring up, Izzy, because this is a very dynamic, flexible type of system. In other words, I'm working with the plant biology, and that's within the dome, and that's the escaping of the ethylene gas. Well, any company can then license that procedure, and we literally had to do scientific experiments for weeks to show the U.S. Patent Office what we were doing. And once they approved it, it can be any shape, any design, any color is covered by our utility patent. And you can have them made in Italy and sell them for $300 if you're going to have an expensive group to do it. And you know what? The style of the VeggieDome or the companies that will be licensing them from us will be focused on the lifestyle of their clients. They can make their style that can fit in their kitchen. We're asking someone to buy something and have it on their counter for the next 5 or 6 years. It better look nice with their kitchen set, okay? But we're focused on really, as our company is designing a simple group, maybe 2 or 3 different designs. Then the other companies cannot be copying us because they'll have a completely different lifestyle or style, or even country where they're making the glass and potentially selling for their customer base. Does that answer your question there, Izzy?
What I love about that, yeah, it absolutely does. And what I love about this as well is just like we got excited about our VeggieDome, I know what's coming up here in the future and giving investors sort of a free look into the future, if you will. You're talking about some BPA-free type of materials that you utilize where I think of like a backyard barbecue or a picnic or going somewhere on the beach where you can have fresh strawberries, carrots, so snacks, right? But they're covered, protected from the elements of the outside. They stay fresh in there. And yet you don't have to worry about carrying this big bulky piece of glass that you can drop and break if you're, doing a little trip. Can you speak to the direction of where that's going as well? Because I can see that on shelves of big box retailers.
The different types of plastic that are coming out. I mean, I'm reading up about this, and in every other month, there's a new eco-friendly type of plastic that's being made out of bamboo or things like that. These are materials that can be potentially used for these new designs. And yes, we've actually had experience of having been out at expos and festivals where we've got the VeggieDome outside for 8 hours, and it works completely fine. It's fresh. And you know what's happened also at some of those festivals is that the health department has come over to people who are selling something else, like the brownies or whatever they're selling, and they're coming to us going, can we have some of your VeggieDomes? Because they're telling us that this lidded thing allows it to be more safe and more, not only keep fresh, but it's almost like that's a sneeze guard in situations where you got to worry now, you have to worry about germs and viruses so much. The VeggieDome has already got it covered.
Absolutely. And we talked about the commercial application of these things in hotels, cruise ships. I really think, you're going to start seeing the VeggieDome logo in the future on all these different applications. And in closing here, can you just share a little bit about what that could look like in the future in the hospitality industry? Imagine for a moment, you go to an amazing hotel, and oftentimes while they might have, fresh fruits and vegetables or even chocolate covered strawberries or whatever it is, but now you can go up to your room at these beautiful spa type hotels and have the VeggieDome there where they don't have to worry if you had a late check-in or anything like that. Everything's been covered and it'll be waiting for you. Can you talk a little bit about what the hospitality industry and your closing thoughts there and what that could look like for VeggieDome?
Yes, because some people think, oh, well, maybe it's going to be in kind of a general area or an area where there's a shared space. I've actually had hotel managers look at me like, we're so tired of putting mints in these stupid things. And here we are representing a whole new vision for hotels to be supporting the health of their clients and saying, we want you to have a healthy stay in Miami or wherever it is, right? Because what they're doing is part of the hotel that gets behind is the fact that they they're looking good if they have this product available to people. And yeah, if you stay in your room for 2 or 3 days, you're going to have it not only fresh, but also that, as I said earlier, that any other person that's been in the room cleaning or something like that has not touched your food. It's completely safe and healthy staying there. And there are all these different problems that solve with this very interesting, simple device that I've come up with.
Great job, Duncan. We're so proud and honored to be partnered with VeggieDome. Give him a round of applause. Great job, Duncan Burns.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we've got Kevin Neal from P3ID. Kevin, you're a remarkable individual. You and your team have created something that is certainly the wave of the future in storage. And I'm so excited for you to be sharing. And what I think about is the way things are changing in business today with electronic devices moving away from paper, and yet you still have this massive market that is using a lot of paper. Just the other day, I was at the hospital, and unfortunately, when you have 4 kids that snowboard, do sports, skis, that type of thing, we have frequent flyer miles at the emergency room. But I go in there from time to time. It was funny the other day, they actually remembered my name. But we went in there and we're filling out paperwork. I mean, come on, this is the 21st century, not to mention the fact with all these HIPAA laws and things like that can get violated. I don't want to steal your thunder for sure, but P3ID really solves a lot of the problems and challenges that major industries are challenged with on a daily basis. And I'm so looking forward for you to sharing. Without further ado, help me welcome my good friend, colleague, and capital partner, Kevin Neal from P3ID. You're on, Kevin.
All right.
All right. What an introduction, Izzy. I got big shoes to fill here and following all these great presentations. So I'm glad that Izzy and Dan, thank you. These pit bulls on a leash. Thank you very much for setting up this event. So yes, filling out paperwork is a big problem, and collecting your data is a big problem. So in healthcare, you're filling out forms all the time and repeating this stuff. So let's get started here. I got a fun event, fun presentation, so I look forward to presenting. So just a little bit about myself. I've been in the industry about 30 years in digital transformation before it was called digital transformation, and I was an evangelist for cloud computing technologies. I've worked at leading hardware manufacturers and software companies in this industry. The technology is a tried and true technology. It's typically been on-premise, so the shift to cloud has changed all the vendors and the technologies and the expertise. I have won numerous Keys to Success awards. I've been recognized as a #1 top salesperson, business development, and I'm a thought leader. I'm part of a couple organizations, the AIM Association, which is the Association for Information Management Professionals. And I'm also board of directors at the Twain Working Group and the chairman of the marketing committee there. So I really love solving problems with technology. I've done enterprise solutions with Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, AutoNation, Cerner, Speedy Stop Stores. So I really enjoy working with people on their digital transformation journey. So a little bit about our company, and then I'll get into it. So first of all, the most important thing to me was good corporate culture and a good working environment, and working with good people and good partners. So that was critically important to have a very, very good corporate culture. So P3ID is actually it's the power of 3, and the 3 Ps are people, process, and policy. And people at the very first P is the most important thing, because our employees are our people, our customers are our people. So that's very important to us. We are a first mover in the digital transformation cloud services. So even big companies, the big cloud companies, they're setting up, they have huge infrastructure, but they don't have a lot of business applications on top of their cloud infrastructure. And we've chosen to focus on 3 primary markets, retail, healthcare, and government. And it's specifically because we have expertise in each one of those 3 markets. And you'll see that when I shared our team, they're longtime experts in those industries. So that's a little bit about myself and my company. We are a Delaware C Corporation. We are in the B2B software as a service industry. So let's talk about the problem a little bit. So these are some gigantic organizations. So in the PPP process of all these billions and billions and trillions of dollars allocated, there was huge fraud, and the 76 billion is just probably the tip of the iceberg. We don't even know how much. So collecting data, analyzing data, detecting fraud in a process like PPP was fraught with huge problems that should have never happened. It was very predictable that this was going to happen, but it happened nevertheless. And the companies that deserved the money didn't get it at the end of the day. So that was really unfortunate. Another example of the struggles to collect data is the United States Postal Service had a recent project that they discontinued to collect voting for via cell phones, and they said it wasn't a secure method. Well, there are ways to do it that can be secure. So United States Postal Service, the United States government, and then the one I love, just a very simple quote here from the IRS. The IRS says, paper is our kryptonite. And I see it all over the news as tax season's upon us. Some people have been waiting a year for some refunds, and it's primarily due to the inefficiencies of being able to not process paperwork. So these are some large problems, enterprise problems. So at P3ID, we have no illusion that we're going to go to the United States Postal Service tomorrow and do this, and we can't go to the IRS and do this, but we are very, very good. And our initial market is small and medium business, because we want to offer this kind of enterprise capability, but to the small and medium businesses. And with the efficiencies of cloud services, we can now offer these kind of very advanced, very secure kind of capabilities. So the problem is with revenues, revenue reconciliation. So a lot of companies in SMB, they basically just write off a lot of their bad debt because they don't have access to the proper documentation. And according to some statistics I read, about 1.5% is just written off as bad debt, because they just can't prove that they delivered a service or delivered a product because they don't have access to the documentation. And I'll talk about a case study in a minute. But all these write-offs, and then even offsite box storage, many of our customers do that. Once they do a transaction, they might have the signature, but they have a courier come pick it up and store it off-site, and then they don't have real-time access to it. By the time they get it, they just said, forget it. I'm just going to write off the bad debt. The customer gets very upset, and they say that. So not having access to digital documents is a huge problem. So how do we solve it? We solve it by being able to, as I mentioned, offering enterprise value solutions to the small and medium enterprise. So we've created a collection of cloud services. They're basically like microservices that you could use them independently or together, that allows you to collect, organize, understand your data, analyze your data, and improve your business process, basically. We are basically modeling our business similar to Amazon Web Services, where originally they just had 5 services. They had a storage service, a logon service, and a network service. Now, all these years later, they have hundreds of services that you go and you say, I want this one, this one, this one, and then you pay a small price for each one of them, and you have a solution. So we're basically taking that kind of business model and applying it to our industry with all the security layers so that people can get these, can have comfort that these solutions are secure for them. This is a depiction, kind of a visual depiction of where we fit in the ecosystem. And I'm going to talk a lot about our partners and what we're doing in some case studies in a minute here. But we are basically the glue that connects the ingest, the onboarding of devices, so we can work with document scanning devices, copy machines, cell phones, cameras, to collect images from those devices, and we integrate directly on the devices, and we have excellent relationships with those manufacturers that I'll mention in a minute. And then we collect the images, and we work with our channel partners, either reseller channels, alliance partners, or integration partners, to create a solution that we deliver to the 3 focus verticals of retail, healthcare, and government that I mentioned. So this has been our strategy for the 2 years that P3ID has been in business, and we've been recruiting these reseller channels, alliance partners, and the manufacturers and integration partners. So I'll talk about them in a second. So this is basically where we fit in the ecosystem and our growing ecosystem. The market itself is $32 billion worldwide with the 17% CAGR. So it's definitely a market that's growing. The United States serviceable available market, it's about 5.5 billion, according to InfoSource, which is an analyst firm that's well respected in our industry. And then based on what I said about us attacking the three verticals of retail, healthcare, and government, and our current reach, we think there's about a $2 billion attainable market for us in the near term. So this is another depiction of how do we go to market through our partner channels, our OEM agreements, and eventually direct sales team. This is very strategic to us because our team already has existing relationships with many of these partners. So we've spent hardly anything on marketing, and we get all of our leads, almost all of them, probably 99% of them, through referrals. So word of mouth marketing. So this person we've done something for, and they refer somebody else. So this is very strategic for us to be able to scale up quickly, in that we have these already, we're engaged in all these channels. A little bit about our traction. So some of our end user customers include New York Power Authority, Kemp's Chocolates, London Stock Exchange, United Nations. So all different kind of verticals that have been buying our on-premise software for many years. So we actually have a partner company that we're merging with that has sold these customers. So we're actually landing and expanding these customers to newer versions of the software that's cloud enabled and add-ons to these existing customers. Then we also have strategic alliances like Acela and Sodexo. Sodexo was a customer that bought our healthcare application, and they actually installed it in 500 hospitals. So we have really great vendor alliances and end user clients as references. As far as the manufacturers, this is another really key point. We have excellent relationships with almost all the hardware document scanner companies. As I mentioned, I am an ex-Fujitsu employee, so we have relationships. And they've all touted P3ID as a thought leader and a first mover in cloud services. So Shimizu-san at Fujitsu, he quoted us and said P3ID is basically strategic to our future. And P3ID provides these installation and integration services. Then Kodak Alaris, they said something similar. So Don over there said that P3 offers technology, process, and procedures we count on. And then Walt, the CEO over at Visioneer, which is the brand licensee for Xerox, he's also said that P3ID is important for Visioneer and Xerox. So we have a lot of leverage with these manufacturers. We have 3 MOUs with some of these partners, and we're currently going to market with them. I want to talk about a case study real quick here, and it's for Big O Tires. So they did a pilot at the end of last year and actually bought at the very end of last year. And what they did was bought a solution from us. So it was a ingest solution, a capture solution, and then a storage solution. So they put these little document scanners in their 31 locations in Southern California. And now after a service, a tires change service, they print out the invoice. They have the customer sign it that you got 5 tires, you got your 4 tires plus your free one that we put in your trunk. So the customer signs it, and now they scan it in, and then they can retrieve it and say, if the customer says, hey, I didn't get my 5th tire, they say, well, yeah, actually you did, and you signed for it. So previously they were using offsite box storage, like I mentioned, where they were paying $4,000 a month to have a courier come pick up those invoices, store them in their box storage. And when they had to retrieve them, they had to call them, retrieve them, and they had to pay for the pickup service, the retrieval service, and the actual physical storage service. So they're actually paying a lot of money in storage. Then they couldn't collect enough money. So this is a great case study. We've deployed at 31 locations so far. Big O Tires has 450 locations nationwide that they're going to continue to roll out. Big O Tires is also associated with Jiffy Lube. So they do the same thing, but with oil changes. And Jiffy Lube has over 2,000 locations. So they're deploying the same similar solution in these different environments. So this is a great case study. This is something we're going to be able to replicate time and time again. So how do we make money on a solution like this? So we have a couple of hero products, and here's three of them: ScanBot, MobileBot, and Docs Extract. And we license these, they're cloud services that we host, and we charge a monthly subscription fee. And ScanBot, for example, for the Big O Tire stores was roughly $2,500, well, about $2,000 a month for ScanBot times 12 months was about $25,000 a year is going to be the average recurring revenue for the ScanBot solution. Similar to MobileBot, it's just that you can collect images via your cell phone, same kind of platform. And then Docs Extract is our capture solution, our OCR and our AI ML capture solution. So with these three products, we think that we can get in the near term, in the first year after fully funded, with these three hero products, we think that we can get to about $1 million of annual revenue. So with that said, I want to just show the products because they're all MVP status. They're ready to sell. They're people like Big O Tires is using them. So we have three products: an ingest product called ScanBot, a transform product called Docs Extract, and then a document management system called Docs in the Clouds. So these three solutions, this is what you're looking at here, ScanBot. It's just a simple interface, and that's the intention. We're taking this advanced technology and making it super simple, easy. So there's buttons, you can add workflows and add users, but the whole idea is that this is a zero footprint, just a browser-based scanning application that you don't have to install any software on your local system. So I can scan from a thin client computer that I don't have to install any software. So you just simply press the button and it sends a scan request to our cloud service. And then it says the session's ready. And then I just press start capturing here. So just about 3 clicks. And then although that scanner was only 2 feet from me, it actually made a scan request up to our cloud and back, and then it brought in this image. So all I do, once I say the image is good, maybe I had to rotate it, but this is good image quality, I just send it to the workflow. So it says the workflow. The next step in the process is to extract the data from this scanned invoice. So this is Docs Extract. You can see that we've automatically extracted all the details from this very complicated form, like the customer number, the customer address, the ship date. I do want to, and all the line item detail. So you can imagine if you had to type all this out, it would have taken 30 minutes at least. It's not 100% perfect based on the image quality. See how this line was running through this. So there is some correction that might be required, but just minimal. So I just corrected those few numbers. There is a way to validate this too. You could total all these numbers and make sure that these numbers match, so that if somebody sent you an invoice for a lot more than it should have been, and you could detect that fraud, like I was explaining in the PPP process. So once you've captured this data, the images and the data, it goes into storage. So we have Docs in the Clouds, which is a document management system. It has annotation. You can rearrange the pages if they were in the incorrect order. And then you can see here, we can do things like redact different kinds of content, like social security numbers, credit card numbers, gender identities, and all kinds of other stuff. So that's the ingest, transform, and utilize products. We're very excited about our technology partner integrations with ScanBot. This is a big opportunity for us to offer our platform as an API integration. So each one of these technology partners that you see here, a document management company, a blockchain company, a healthcare ISV in the dental industry, each one of these technology partners has come to us and said, we want ScanBot type capability inside of our application. So they're actually using our API and making an application. So we will license ScanBot to them, or we will do a revenue share. So all these projects have been pretty well defined, and you can see it's a roadmap of 2 years. We would like to accelerate that with funding. So these are partners willing to do this, but we are just looking for the funding to accelerate this roadmap and get all these things to market quicker. An example of this is EnviroSafe. They're in the, it's actually a company called Hyvia. So they're in the health associated infectious disease market. It's about $190 billion. and they have a healthcare analytics application that they've slightly modified with a partner called Envirus, and they've created this product called EnviroSafe that allows you to detect air, surface, and water as sampling. And you can actually sample the environment and say it's, you know, this level of cleanliness or not, and have some kind of baseline to for this. And so there's also documents that are involved in this process. So cleaning documents, regulation documents. So we're integrated with EnviroSafe as an example and going into the environmental testing market. We're really good at marketing. That's my background. So we offer a marketing syndication program to help our customers get to market quicker. So a lot of the partners that I've mentioned that we have relationships with, they've basically been a one-time sale. And now we're giving them a recurring business model. And then we take our brochures and we modify it for them with their contact information, their colors, their logos, so that the end user customer is calling them and we're driving business through our channel partners. And this is very rewarding because for every channel partner that we help, they have tens, hundreds, and thousands of end user customers. And that's where we're getting a lot of our opportunities. So basically, this is a marketing in a box program that we give to them and we enable them to get to market quicker. My team is really outstanding. They're all actually our ex-customers. So Ed Stevens is 33 plus years at Cerner Corporation. So we've done projects together. Bill Edwards is a 40-year Navy captain. So he's got excellent contacts in the federal government. And then Steve No, he was the one that I did the AutoNation deal with. So he's done Indiana DMV and he's worked at Icon Office Solutions previously. So he's done a lot of enterprise systems as well. And then almost last but least, our board of advisors is outstanding. They're all ex-CEOs or current CEOs and CTOs. And so we meet once a month for the last 2 years. And they're advising us well. They're well connected and have great market insights into guide our business. We have a 5-year financial plan. The highlights are that our margins are going to be anywhere between 75 to 80% at the end of the day. We have a plan to be profitable within the end of the second year. I have personally bootstrapped the company, $250,000. We've raised $125,000 on a line of credit and then $25,000 equity. Our burn rate is super duper low. It's only $10,000 a month. Use of funds is 47% for sales and marketing, 44% for R&D and IP, and 9% for G&A. And it's heavily focused on the sales and marketing because we do have a pipeline of business that we want to pursue immediately. And getting people on board to support those is a key activity. Our raise is a $2 million seed round on safe and convertible notes in $25,000 chunks, 20% discount, and we like to close at the end of March. Excuse me. So with that, we are inviting you to participate in the future of work and digital transformation cloud services with P3ID, IDs for intelligent data. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, great job, Kevin Neal. Excellent job. You're a great communicator. Give him a round of applause. All right, a few questions here and want to get some perspective from you, just looking at different use case scenarios and the market. Because I think when investors look at this, you know, they'll say, well, gosh, I think I've seen this before, and they don't fully understand what you have that's available. So I love how you were just walking through how simple this is to set up. Let's talk about onboarding for a major company, like in your use case scenario, a Big O Tires, because one of the things that a lot of investors like to stay away from is what I call the change of human behavior. They're like, I don't want to get involved with throwing money at that, right? So that's something that can be difficult and challenging, and yet it's so easy with P3ID. Can you talk about onboarding a customer that literally has thousands of locations, and how simple and easy that is with P3 ID.
Yeah, that's a key thing. So we just went through that experience with Big O Tires, and 31 locations is 31 locations, but they have thousands, as I mentioned, right? And we have other customers that have thousands of locations. So the key advantage of traditionally, let me tell you how it's been done in the past, is that you ship a scanner and a PC on site, and then you have to install the operating system, you do the Windows updates, you install a scanner driver, you connect the USB cable, you install the capture application, and then maybe 3 days later, IT's got its system ready for you, and then you got to get everybody else involved. And then you got to wait for the document management company to get their stuff provisioned. So it took like days, weeks, months, or never to get provisioned. So the difference between the way we do it is onboard customers really fast. And the way we do it is that we have the centralized control over the workflows. So we set up the workflows. In the Big O Tire case, we set up the workflow in the server, and we did, what color do you want the button? What do you want the button to say? Where do you want the destination to go? Who do you want to get the reports? So we queried them on how they want the central server set up. And then what we did was set up that server, and then they sent 4 scanners at first to 4 sites, and they had allocated a week to install these 4 scanners, because usually, like I said, it took a day to do each one, and they had 4 locations to drive to and set them up. So that would have taken a week for those 4 scanners. They literally did it in 1 day. They didn't realize how simple it was. I told them, but they had never done it before. I said, look, just unbox the device. You plug in the power, just like you always have to do. You connect it to the network. You plug in the cable, you get an IP address automatically, or you put it on your Wi-Fi, whatever. And then the scanner will call home to the P3 ID server. And then the buttons are just automatically populated on there. So it took them literally about 5 minutes to install the scanner. It actually took them more time to train the user how to scan documents, because some of them were scanning with the paper clip still in it and the staples in it. And there was overlapping documents. So they had to train them to prep the documents a little bit more. And that took longer than actually get the system up and running. And they loved it. And then they had an extra week to just do more stuff and say, hey, we love it. We deploy these so quickly. The onboarding process, that's what the reseller said. He said, the onboarding process is so simple. And now this particular reseller is making a whole business unit about selling our solutions because it's so simple and easy. There was a little bit of tweaking on the image settings, and we were able to do it on our server and then push it down to all these 31 locations without having to go to each desktop and change the settings and fine tune this. So this kind of efficient management of the workflows saves them a lot of money. They don't have to go to sites. In fact, they don't have to send a technician. They can have the end users themselves unbox these devices, plug them in, and then they work. And we manage. And then what if one goes defective? The lights go out and the optics or something. They just take that one offline and then plug in the new one, and then it gets all the settings. So they never have to pay for IT support other than the service that we sell them. So onboarding is a big deal, Izzy. Yes.
I love that. And I also love how, and we'll jump to Kelly here. He's got a great question. I love the fact that you've been in those situations before, and you can speak to this, where you walk in and they say our servers are down, and they have to handwrite invoices and stuff like that. But then what happens with that, right?
Yeah.
Can you just, before we jump over to Kelly's question, can you just speak to the fact, even though there's that interruption, how you can still store this?
Yeah. So the beauty of our system is we have many ways of ingest. So in the case if their network was down, for example, use your cell phone, take a picture and capture that information. So your business process doesn't stop. We could still continue to operate. And our system is auto balancing, load balancing, auto scaling, so that if Amazon goes down, because it went down last week again, and they didn't claim that it happened, but Down Detector didn't report it, but nevertheless, it happens, right? So we can go to a different Amazon region or a Google region or an Oracle region, and then keep our infrastructure running. If their network's down, it is, if they can't get to the network, then that's the 1 weak link. They have to have a connection. But we could still scan and cache the images, so they could
Yep.
still be scanning. It's on the memory of the device, but it's not stored on the hard drive. So if somebody walks away with it, it's not on the hard drive itself. It's in memory. So if they disconnect the scanner, it's going to erase it. But as long as they keep it online, they can keep scanning, cache it. Then when the network comes back, then it uploads it to the destination. So it's really built for fault tolerance and reliability, because it's really important. I mean, in retail, it's one thing, but we're working with some healthcare organizations. They're taking the dental X-rays, and they gotta have 100% confidence that when they take those dental X-rays, they get one chance to take them. They can't lose those X-rays. So it's it's really important.
That's a great point, and we'll jump over to Kelly here. He's got a great question, and it relates to what we've talked about before, the authenticity of a document. And, you know, we talked a little bit about NFTs and how things are being stored. And Christie's did something that was a remarkable historical event. I think they sold a piece of digital art for $63 million, or authenticating it with an NFT. Kelly, let's jump over to your question. I think it's a great one. If you could
Sure.
unmute, go ahead and ask your question to Kevin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, thanks for allowing me to ask a question. Hey, real quick. I noticed that one of the partners that you're working with is a blockchain specialist. I wanted to ask you about what you were doing in order to incorporate the blockchain, and whether your current processes completely rely on that of a legacy cloud, server or database, or if you guys are exploring the avenue of maybe using like smart contracts in order to store the information of the, assumedly pretty secure information, or confidential information of some of these patients that in the application of a hospital, at least.
Yep. Yeah. So Kelly, that's a great question. So you see that we have two blockchain NFT projects here, and they're somewhat related, but somewhat different too. So first of all, I'll answer your last question first. So
Yep.
we're probably not interested in legacy kind of stuff, but we want to use smart contracts and stuff like that. So the whole idea is that the P3 has access to the device manufacturers. We can embed technology on their devices because we have their SDKs, their APIs. We have the relationship that if we say, hey, you got to embed this to be blockchain NFT compatible, they'll probably do it. So at the second that it's scanned, we want to tokenize those images. For document authenticity is one use case. That this document has not been photoshopped, not been altered, right? This is the medical record. The second it's scanned, through the smart contract, it says, Kevin scanned it at this date, this time, from this device, and it does all the validation, and then it creates that token, and then it also stores it securely and hashes it, and then the next thing is to basically apply consent. So we're going to also we have another project to say, I want to consent that Kelly has access to my medical records. And then you, as a recipient, can have access to my medical records. But through the blockchain, if I want to revoke access and take it away from you, then I could also do that because it's tokenized and I could take it back. So,
sure. Yeah. Through the active signatures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Digital signatures. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are great questions, and those are super duper good use cases. And that's why we're starting in retail, because it's, there's a lower barrier to entry. We can get some revenue, get some customers in there. That's easy. But when you go to highly regulated HIPAA and government, that's where we want to go. And we want to have these very strategic kind of things that are they're the killer lockout specs. Document authenticity with NFT and tokenizing documents, right? That's going to be something that people can replicate, sometime in the future, but I think we can do it a lot quicker and get it to market faster.
Absolutely.
One of the things I'm excited about, and great question, Kelly, and Kevin, you and I talked about this before, going back to 2008 and the whole housing debacle and mortgage crisis, is because of these different types of securitized mortgage-backed securities, those type of things that were being sold But you had some bright attorneys that were challenging these folks, saying, well, let me see you produce the note that was with my client, right? So what was ended up happening is these banks had to get bailed out because they weren't getting paid back. And there was no recourse because the attorneys were saying they can't even produce this note. Right now with NFTs, I can totally see the mortgage and banking industry change remarkably and see a powered by P3 ID and know that that document, if someone tries to change it in the future, you can track wherever it's been, what was attempted to be altered or anything like that. That's super, super powerful. Why don't you just close up with that in the next 30 seconds, if you could just share on how that could just revolutionize what the mortgage and banking industry could look like.
Yeah, and I think it's the whole concept of deal rooms. So the idea is that there's information that needs to be shared, and giving consent and accessing securely and making sure it's a authentic document. So in those cases, yeah, we could have a deal room powered by P3 ID that you give and revoke access, and people could come in and be assured that they have access to the data, it's authentic, it's secure. So that's the big hairy dream that we can get to, I think. You know, if we have these customers in these different industries and then we build this platform where they trust us to do that. So I think that's a super duper good use case too, Izzy.
Absolutely remarkable technology and what you're doing with P3 ID. Give him a round of applause. Absolutely incredible, Kevin. Great job.
Thanks.
Excellent to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next, we've got Juan Pacheco. Juan, I'm super stoked to be sharing what you're doing with your company, because I think with Click and Send, it's just so relevant to where we are today with shipments and all these different platforms and where people are selling things on eBay and all over the place. And what Click and Send can do is absolutely remarkable. Would you help me welcome my good friend, colleague, and client company, Juan Manuel Pacheco? You're on, Juan.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Izzy. Let me share my screen. Give me a moment.
Absolutely.
Are you seeing my screen? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Well, Click and Send is a multi-carrier shipping processor. We want to replicate shipments like PayPal, but in the more simple way. Well, I'm an entrepreneur passionate in logistics and e-commerce. All my formation, my professional formation, it has been being an industrial and system engineer in international e-commerce and logistics systems, and in human development and communications. I have been an independent consultant in telecommunications and logistics network, ship market, courier express parcel market, since starting 2000 to 2015. I work in 2 big projects in telecommunications, connecting long distance calls from US to Mexico with more than 10 million revenue between 2006 and 2009. And my first e-commerce experience, it was between 2009 and 2013, with 200 operations in 4 years with around 4 million in revenue. After that, I work in the 3 main logistic couriers in the US, UPS, DHL, and FedEx, doing and offering solutions for e-commerce. Where, well, the business idea. When I have my first e-commerce 10 years ago, I was sending around 200 parcels per day, spending around 80% of the day printing shipping labels, packing, and all that kind of stuff, wasting valuable time in a simple process that could be automated. Is when I realized to create a solution and a smart solution, a smart shipping hub to interconnect different courier companies with different kind of users, mainly e-commerce e-shops. All the e-shops need a shipping processor to help them to do all the diligence about fulfillment. The problem is not simple to find shipping services for different logistic companies in one place online, and with simple integration with e-commerce. Mainly, other companies in the market, they are offering customized integration for the simple e-merchants. The e-merchants don't have the knowledge to integrate their e-shops, right? They want simple solutions. The other big problem is, even in my time, sending 200 shipments per day, around 5,000 shipments per month, the carrier companies, they never give me big discounts. They never give me more than 30%. So I noticed part of my competition, they were getting more than 30% of discounts, giving me I was in disadvantage about them. The time also represents is important when you are shipping, not only in the shipping process, also to the delivery dates for the buyers, right? Everybody, when goes online to buy stuff, you want to know where the merchant is going to send your product and when you are going to receive the product. The solution, a smart shipping hub, where users and e-merchant can compare, automate, and manage shipping services for different logistic companies. With this automatization, we can save around 70% of the total cost of shipping services and 80% of the time in fulfillment process, making shipping easy for everybody. With this solution, you can send products from your home, from your office, even only working from inside. The product. We already have a web platform online. This is the home page where you can fill all the information to the destination of the package. The kind of package is an envelope, the kind of the delivery address, and the size of. We have two shipping services views. One is the list view, and the other one is the gallery view, to show the different courier companies you can send your products between the two destinations. This is our users panel. It's easy to use. In this one, you can see all the information about your shipments in transit, your shipments with problem. You can manage all the billing information, connect with different kind of e-shops, and etc. etc. The users panel shipments, you can in a simple web page see the kind of shipment you have, from what store was generated the shipment, and the destination with the carrier and the tracking number of the different companies. Now, the Smart Shipping Hub is simple. We are the middleman. We are the platform who is going to aggregate different carrier services, and in only one platform to connect to different e-shops mainly. Let's see the platform in action. Give me a moment. No, this one is not. Okay. Now, you only need to add your origin information, your origin address, and the delivery address. All the information is, we are using an API to find quickly all the addresses. You can select the different residential address of the destination. If you are sending an envelope, a parcel, if you want to add extra parcels. This is the simple way to quote. Let's see the next step. Well, we can see different shipping services already. We already integrate with our platform. The day if you are going to ship, and the day is estimate the delivery. This is the gallery view for different kind of customers. For the ones they want to ship using our web platform with different filters. After that, you can select the service. You only need to fill the remaining information, select the insurance company you want to use. The next step is the cart. You can review the shipments you have in your cart. A quick view of the information of each shipment. Proceed for the payment. You can add different credit cards and PayPal. And the last step, the order confirmation. And after that, you can download all the shipping labels, print it, and send your products. This is the users panel where you are going to have your pre-select information. You can monitor all your shipments, integrate with different e-shops, manage all the shipments in transit, check the information in each shipment if you need it, and the billing page. You can, the different options with invoices, the invoice generation, if you want to customize this part, the payment options, you can have backup preference, and the prepaid area if you want to auto load your wallet. Let's continue. Now, the market is really big, no doubt about that. The estimation for in 2025 is close to 2 trillion worldwide revenue. Our market size to start is only North America. We are talking about US and Canada. It's a really big market. We are talking about 100 million parcels per day there has been processed daily right now in North America. Our niche market is a small business and home business. This kind of customer is unattended because they don't have enough volume or interest for the big companies, and represent around 15% of the market. Each of them users ships an average of 10 parcels per day. We are talking about recurrent users who send from 1 to 50 shipments per day. Of course, like I say, they are invisible for the low volume. This group of users, they are looking for friendly ways to ship, smart shipping tools, low shipping costs, and fast customer service to help them with the integration and to solve some problems in the shipping process. They don't have budget of technical knowledge for integration with e-shops. Our niche market, our goal for this year is to get 200 users, e-shops to integrate with our platform, and with them we can generate 2,000 daily shipments and close to 200 shipments in a year, with a 2 million revenue selling these shipping services. And in 5 years, our goal is to reach 10,000 users, e-shops, generating 100,000 daily parcels, 36 million yearly, with more than 500 millions in revenue. This is a portion of the market we are participating. It's only a really small piece of the market, enough room even for some competitors. This market being so big is a little complicated because we are some players and we can find several shipping carriers, not only FedEx, UPS, and the postal service. We can find around 20 or more logistic companies growing in the US serving this industry. Our go-to-market right now, we already have the platform to start to sell services online. We are testing the platform with some customers, and we are working in the integration only with Shopify. They alone have more than 1 million e-shops in the US. So only serving with them at the beginning is enough for us to reach our goals. Our business model is we are going to take a commission per shipment. We are going to add around 30% of commission for all the shipping services. What is our competitive advantage? We are going to be e-shop specialists. Our competition, they are trying to serve in several segments of users in different regions of the world, and they are not specialized in some kind of customers. All our integrations, they are going to be plug and play, simple, no coding involved, fast implementation for the small e-merchants in the market. We are going to be the first one to integrate with financial services, with some fintech, talking about payments or a smart wallet to simplify all the billing process. And we are going to be the first ones to have a smart shipping cart. In this shipping cart, we are going to offer the best way to ship, time to delivery, the best cost, the best option, and having several logistics companies. Integrating all these companies, we are going to have one big network using all the existing network for different carriers in the market. The timeline of the technology has been adopted for the courier express parcel in this industry in the last 100 years. Almost 100 years ago, with the invasion with the airplane, start the courier express parcel industry. Delivery in 1 day, as fast as never. The second big leap in the industry, it was the adoption of the computer systems. They helped to start to accelerate the automation of the logistic networks around the world. The third one, the internet. With the internet, we already have access to find whatever we wanted to find. The e-commerce. The e-commerce is one of the most important adoptions of the courier express parcel industry, because with e-commerce, they start to bring sellers to buyers a lot of products in accelerated time. And after that, the smartphone we all use the smartphone for buy stuff. And the next big step in the adoption of this industry is the artificial intelligence, not only to simplify the management process. The main leap in this industry is going to be all the autonomous delivery vehicles. We are a team of 3 software engineers. I work in the 3 more important carrier logistic suppliers in the world. My co-founder, my CTO, he is really expert in computer systems. They work already in big companies. And my CSO and COO, he is expert in cybersecurity and in operations. So he's going to be in charge of the security of our platform. Our financial summary, we are starting this year with a negative net profit, but in 5 years, we are going to reach close to the 20% of net profit, with sales above 500 million of revenue. Our funding milestones are, we are in a pre-seed round for $500,000 via Safe Note direct equity. The minimum investment is $10,000 for the 10% of the company. Thanks.
Great job, Juan. I love your platform. I think it's so relevant, like I had mentioned. And I remember my wife selling things on eBay when that was more prevalent of some of the things that she was doing with e-commerce. She would go over to different stores, buy closeouts and do all the shipping and everything else. And she was always looking for the best deals from UPS, FedEx, post office, all these different things. But needless to say, what I love about what you're doing is it's right at your fingertips. You get all these different options. And here's what investors are likely going to want to know is, as that is happening, how fast on your end are you getting paid from the carriers, a commission, generating revenue? What's the risk of that? Verifying things, lost shipments, things of that nature. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Well, all the process is automated. So we only need to offer the shipping services. And of course, all our users or buyers, they are going to pay us directly. In some cases, the merchant, in some cases, the buyers.
So what you're saying is you don't have to have any human involvement. All of that is all automated. And, you know, just like we were talking earlier with Kevin's company, I mean, things happen in the cloud with technology and things of that nature. What happens with any hiccups? How does that get reconciled when you have a massive amount of shipments that are going out and you're looking to get paid for those as a commission that you referred? We charge
the commission. The carriers, they don't pay us the commission. So the cash flow is pretty quick. It's pretty quick. We charge the shipping service, and we get the commission right away. Our platform is already, we already have a partnership with a big processor, engineering processor. Even they can give us a backup. They can create shipping labels even if the carrier's platforms are down. So our customers, they can still shipping and generating the shipping labels without a problem, because yeah, the platforms, in all the platforms, we need a backup plan, and we need to partnership in plan A, plan B, and even plan C, because 1 minute, 10 minutes offline is good enough to lose a lot of customers and a lot of sales. Absolutely, that's a great point, and I love that you have these strategic alliances and big partnerships.
like with Shopify, millions of those storefronts. So I'm excited to see that. I know investors are going to be excited to learn more about you, and you can arrange phone calls and Zoom calls with our company partners here, our client companies. And Dan, if you wouldn't mind just maybe throwing into the chat how to connect with us via Calendly, we can certainly do that. But give Juan a round of applause. Great job, Juan. You did an awesome presentation. I love the video on there, and I love how you can show us how the platform works. So great job. All right, we're going to jump over to Alan
Thank you.
Witter. Yeah, you're welcome. Alan, I know you're pressed for time, so we're going to jump into this really quickly. And I think it's remarkable what you're doing. I love the membership-based platform with these incredible vehicles. Without further ado, I don't want to eat into your time. Go ahead, you're on. Jump into it. Help me welcome my good friend, colleague, and client company, Alan Witters from T4L.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing today?
All right.
So T4L is a electric vehicle service, and I'm just going to jump right into it. You can get yourself a Model 3 Tesla for about $699 a month. It includes the car, all the insurance, all the charging, i.e. fuel, roadside service. We cover and pay for your tolls and surcharge you for those. And we just make transportation really, really easy and enjoyable. Save most people about 50 hours a year in transportation related time and dealing with their vehicles. And it also has a zero deductible insurance. So, you know, it's really pretty cool. So $699 a month, you can get into our low end stuff. You can jump right on up into the high end stuff like a Model X, couple $1,000, and that's $120,000, $122,000 car. And a Model S Plaid, if you guys want to go really, really fast, we've got a few of these on the road, 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60, and well over 200 mile an hour car. But I don't know where you could drive that personally. But again, includes everything. And we have more orders than what we know what to deal with right now. We're out raising $4 million in capital. We're partnered with all these great companies. We've got orders for GM Hummers, Ford Lightnings, all the VW line, Porsche line. We only deal in electrics. We've got some Lucids on order. And the reason we only deal in electrics is that they just make a lot more sense. We have a very high ESG standard we're trying to live up to. We also like the maintenance on them is about 90% less. The chassis life is 400 to 600,000 miles. You might swap a battery out at 250, but it is a much better vehicle, and it really supports a circular economy type of model. Toyota just completely validated us about 3 weeks ago, saying they're creating a whole new division to refurbish used Toyotas. And this is about not using things once, but reusing things and the whole circular economy and retooling the supply chain. And so that's, we actually own our cars and we'll hold our cars for 20 years and then recycle them. Again, it includes all this stuff. It's really straightforward. We come in about 10% below what it costs you to do this yourself. And so we have a lot of people who really love our service. The market is gigantic. I mean, we've got 200 or 300 cars on order right now out of 15 million this year that'll get sold. So, I mean, we're not even a nano spec in the marketplace. When we get to 1,000 vehicles, that's about 1.3 million in MRR and lifetime revenue of about 312 million. Well, we're targeting to get to about 50,000 vehicles in about 3 to 4 years. So it's an exciting business from a revenue perspective. A few things are changing. People don't want to own stuff, especially cars anymore. They'd rather just use them. And Uber and Lyft really helped in that one. Nobody likes to go to a car dealership. Nobody likes to go to the DMV. And so it's really straightforward. And we get all kinds of cool incentives out of it. It also prevents about 10,000 pounds of CO2 entering the atmosphere a year. Here's some of the attributes that are supporting the business. We basically look like a cell phone model, but by the mile. People commit to 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 40,000 miles a year, and they get a fixed rate for all the stuff included. And inside of that also includes new tires, everything basically. There is a little bit of a tidbit here. The mineral value of a Tesla Model 3 today is about $8,300 if I melted it down. And in 20 years, when we get ready to recycle the car, it'll be worth $23,000 if we melt it down. So we actually have a mineral asset that we're culturing. Today, we've raised, close to $3.5 million total. We've got a $4 million offering open right now. We've raised about 800 on that. Our average MRUs are on 1,300 a month. With our current backlog, we have about 160 units that are in the current order backlog right now. And we'll do the projected revenue about 1.4 million this year for our first year of revenue. That started last July. We're doing right now about 4x quarter-over-quarter revenue growth. Not a shortage of leads. Business, we have too much business right now. What else? We got some competitors. The nearest, closest competitor is out of the Great Britain. They've raised about 245 million on a $2 billion valuation. They're about two, maybe 3 years ahead of us. There's a few manufacturers out there doing subscription models, but they really are sort of stuck in the dealer channel right now. Management team, you can go look us up on LinkedIn. We're raising 4 million at a $42 million valuation. That's actually our last money in. We've raised, like I said, about 800,000 at that valuation. 80% of the use of proceeds goes into vehicles. We finance another 75% of the vehicles with an open-ended lease line we have. And about 20% of any new equity capital goes into operating costs. So it's actually going into hard assets. The 4 million gets us to 160 vehicles, about 210,000 in MRR, and about 50 million in lifetime revenue. What else? Oh, IPO. We're planning one late 2022. We've been a filing SEC company since almost inception. And we did some crowdfundings, which have forced that discipline. We're going into our second year audit. And we also signed a $200 million post-IPO pipe, which means that we can pull down 200 million in new equity once we're public. And that actually gets matched to a little better than $1 billion loan guarantee that we're working on with the Department of Energy. We're also working on some other credit lines. We think we can take this thing to about $1 billion company in 3 to 5 years. There's lots of different things we have to do to get there. We're about halfway through this roadmap. And here's our numbers. This is very conservative. If we're properly capitalized, we can greatly enhance these numbers. But it's a nice, solid little business. It takes 3 to 4 years to develop. It's heavy in CapEx. We're making continual investments in the equipment. We also are doing things like a flex fleet, community fleets for condos and resorts, where we do shared carpools. We are bifurcating the brand into a T4L Lux fleet, where any vehicle over 80 grand, and we go all the way up to about 300,000. The car in my background, that's about a $2.5 billion Lotus Evija. That's all electric, 2,000 horsepower. My goal is to get a couple of those into the fleet, but I don't know who's going to really afford those at about 35 grand a month. We'll see. What else? I've had several exits. I've taken 6 companies public. The whole team's probably done more than a dozen companies. Done fairly well for our investors. That's it, Lizzie.
Well, it's always great to be in great company with great businessmen and entrepreneurs like yourself with that background. How much time do you have before I ask too many questions here, Alan?
I got about 6 minutes.
All right. What I want to talk about is the IPO. because what I think is remarkable right now is the valuation that you're at right now and how this thing is going to spike. So investors have a small window of opportunity to have a conversation with you that can be arranged and talk about that, where this is going to go here over the next year or so after you get that done.
Well, when we get the, actually just this next round, $4 million round takes us to, like I said, about 160 cars. We're break even, cash flow break even at that point, or actually marginally profitable. Our primary mission is to reduce our cost of capital. And so we've been working with groups like Morgan Stanley and BlackRock. And at the end of the day, a year from now, I believe that we'll look like a REIT on wheels, where we have the vehicle asset and the contracts cash flow all bundled into a 10 to 20 year portfolio. And, we've gotten some verbal commitments where we can get a 90% advance rate on a 20-year portfolio, 20-year amortization at 3.4 to 3.5%. Now that's without the Fed messing around on interest rates yet, but with that kind of capital available, we can then buy, basically for every order, we can buy 2 to 3 more cars and put them into the fleet. And that hyperscales us at that point. And that's when we can actually see clear visibility on, right now I can place $2.5 million worth of cars every week with the leads we have coming in. That's $130 million in cars a year. And that's without any advertising, guys. So it's a little bit crazy for us.
Well, it begs the question, because we have some capital partners that would say, Izzy, when your clients are going to be thinking about buying vehicles, capital expenditures in that regard, it's better to do equipment financing, leasing, that type of thing. And it begs the question, why not do something like that with T4L and then use monies later on to buy those off of lease and keep them in your fleet?
Well, we only buy new cars. Some of the reasons is that the warranties are pretty valuable. We also don't want to buy somebody else's headaches. We have very good relationships with the manufacturers. We're a wholesale fleet buyer, so in some cases we get really good incentives. And it doesn't make, I mean, used car prices are, what people don't understand is that the inflation level in the automotive industry is not 7%, it's 14.4% right now.
Wow.
So this $700 Model 3 that I have on the screen, is going to be $1,000 2 years from now for the same vehicle because of inflation. And so our business is inflation proof from that perspective, because we know the buying patterns and the buying habits of our personas, our buying personas. And we know some people want new cars all the time, every 2 years. Some people will have a car for 4 to 6 years. Other people like 10-year-old cars. And so we don't see any problem. Used car dealers sell cars for 24 years as the actual life of a car. And they transfer 9 times. And so we disintermediated several parties. We disintermediated the dealer, the used car dealer. We disintermediate the DMV and the state tax department, because we're not transferring stuff all the time. They actually take 20% of the economic life value of a vehicle. And it's a $50,000 vehicle is worth about $200,000 over 20 years. And so we keep that $150,000 basically. We also have disintermediated the insurance agent, insurance brokers, because we deal direct with the insurance underwriting.
And you've also disintermediated, talk about the power situation. If someone was used to a gas powered vehicle and they want to do this, how you handle everything, Alan?
Well, we actually, for customers that can have it, we install home chargers. We give customers a T4L charge card for any third-party charging or incidentals tied to the car. It's a convenience service is what this is, and it saves everybody a lot of time, and it even saves them money. About a third of our shareholders have actually signed up, and we got about 500 or 600 shareholders. About a third of them have signed up for cars. So it gives you an idea that it's pretty desirable.
Demand is huge, and
Yep.
I think that's going to be the way of the future. Alan Witters, thank you so much for joining us today and interrupting
Thank you, guys.
there and carving out some time. I really appreciate it. Investors are going to want to talk to you for sure. I know it. And Alan, I'll talk to you on the next one. I have some ideas on an outside capital partner that we recently connected with. So let's collaborate on that for sure.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much, Alan. Up next is Garen Lear. Garen, we were talking a little bit about some of these FedEx partners. How are you today?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Doing great, doing great. You know what's funny is I was out to dinner last night, and my wife and I went to this hibachi place, and sitting next to us was a family that was doing a birthday, and she's actually an employee of a FedEx contractor. Lives out in Severance, Colorado. But she was talking about how she wishes she had the money, because I said, I've got a client who is aggregating these and putting together investor pools to acquire them all over the country. And she said these are growing in leaps and bounds. It's incredibly remarkable how profitable it was, because she got brought on by a friend associate of hers that leveraged the deal and bought into one of those. And it's been incredibly profitable for them. And why don't you explain what you're doing with your company? I think it's it's going to be something that when you look at opportunities and, you know, franchise opportunities, that's what people look for, are business models that have been working for years. And I think investors can do very, very well with your idea. So without further ado, would you guys help me welcome my good friend and colleague and client company, Garen Lear.
Thanks for the intro, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
What's up here? All right, so I'm with Lear Ventures. My name is Garen Lear. I am the founder of Lear Venture, and as he was discussing or detailing about his neighbor at dinner the other night, looking to purchase FedEx routes and grow them. A little bit about my background. I'm from Berthoud, Colorado. I have a construction management degree. I also own my own residential remodeling business and have been in construction for 10 plus years professionally in commercial, residential, industrial, and oil and gas fields. I really enjoy being outdoors. I like to hike 14ers, 14,000 foot mountains. And I was able to play college baseball for a short time. And I love coaching sports and being involved in the community, volunteer wise, and being with my family, doing all of those things. And the past several years, I've been working in the logistics industry with FedEx and learning about the process, the ins and outs, and making connections with different managers and owners locally here. And also, as Izzy mentioned, looking to raise capital to purchase multiple routes and ultimately resell a FedEx route to a PE firm or similar group. So one of the challenges could be for investors are having cash in the bank, sitting there and just kind of wondering where to put it so they have a safe, stable place that'll give them good returns back in a short amount of time. FedEx routes have been around for a really long time. Ownership is not a real well-known opportunity. It's not completely run. The routes are not run by FedEx themselves. They do all the station to station and from the customer to those stations. So there's actually a big market here to be able to get into and to expand yourself quickly. Also, the capital would be one of the other things. To purchase these routes can be a barrier to entry, and then having the knowledge and experience within the industry. So Izzy and I were speaking, probably one of our first phone calls, and we're just kind of, he's trying to get a feel for what I want to do and where I want to go with this. And I was just kind of telling him, and he was like, so you want to be a Berkshire Hathaway of FedEx routes? And I was like, that's it, actually. That is a great way of putting it. And that's really what we're looking to do. So the opportunity here, it's kind of, I guess, two parallel routes we can take. And what we want to do is do pickup and delivery. And that's from the station that you see around the warehouses, your local areas that go out to the homes and businesses around town. And then there's long haul with the long trailers that go from station to station. They pay slightly differently. Long haul can be a little bit more higher paying at times, just depending on the mileage you're putting in. So higher miles means more money for your long haul routes. But putting them together, they can really benefit each other, grow together well. The solution is bringing a team together and being able to identify the best route opportunities that are out there. You can go ahead and just go scroll through online and find different routes that are for sale on different websites. And that's great. However, they're already kind of, I'm going to call it in the system. So they've got different hands in the pot already with brokers and the owners that already have them that are trying to go through their broker. Becoming a contractor gets you inside the FedEx system, and you're able to just within your own warehouse, you can talk to different contractors that may want to sell off some of their routes for whatever reason. You also have the opportunity, you have your name in hat basically, and they will just send you different routes that are for sale all across the country. So that gets you in before it goes to market. Being able to just work directly with the owner makes it a little bit more beneficial that way in the purchase process. There's always opportunity to improve systems and efficiency. And as you scale out, you can do that so that everything's under one roof instead of a bunch of tiny small ones trying to do all the same thing. And then the pickup and delivery side, it grows naturally. If you have a semi-rural area, especially some of our local areas that I've been looking at and have opportunity to purchase routes already, they are growing explosively. And as the houses and apartments come in, so do our customers. You purchase a territory, that's kind of the franchise part of the route ownership. You don't have any FedEx competition, you own that area. So as it grows, you also gain that growth. And then in the end, as we build out after 3 to 5 years to sell out, turn around and sell out to a private equity company or some other group like that, and we can come out on a pretty good end together. My group, my advisory board consists of Izzy and Dan. You know them well. They do a great job of being able to break stuff down and simplify things for you so that you can then turn around and present it in a way that helps investors to understand what you're doing. As I said before, I've got also with the Powerhouse group with Dan doing financials with me and Izzy with his connections and outreach that he can make. I've got relationships with contractors that have agreed to mentor me as I start out and actually just to work alongside me to go back and forth and help each other out. I have additional logistics owners and managers that I can network with or have networked with as well to streamline things and really turn things around. There's also other opportunities. There's kind of a financial snapshot of the revenue source with FedEx. You go in and you negotiate your contract terms, and that's what you can see there. So there's service charge weekly just for being a contractor, and the routes vary slightly depending on how big they are already. But this one's almost 20,000 a week. You've got per stop that you make money on. You have a package charge, fuel surcharge, large package. The surge stop charge, all that means is usually alcohol and other packages that need signatures. Sometimes the customer's not home, so you have to go back. That's kind of what that's for, to make up for their return trip. And then you've got e-commerce. That's actually a program. It's with USPS through the Postal Service. And they basically are giving us a portion of what they have to get shipped out so that they can reduce their costs and be more streamlined in their business as well. And then you get basically branding monies for your team as you have your vehicles branded and your team is out in their uniforms. So that'll take us to our 5-year financial projections. As you can see, initially, the revenue is almost 1.5 and gross is 1.3. Expenses are about 1.2. So a lot of what goes into expenses are fuel and your manpower. I would love to look into some ways to use solar power to power some of the trucks to reduce fuel costs, especially as fuel prices are surging. That's going to be one of my first things that I start looking into to try and curb that fuel cost, because I think that eats up a lot of profit. And then the EBITDA is 114. That's year one coming out, just starting. So that's good that we're already making money. Then we go on to year two, and there's a good jump because we're adding a pickup and delivery route and a long haul route. So like I have at the bottom, the assumption is that we're adding one pickup P&D and one long haul every year. So it basically doubles ish every year, which is excellent growth. And that's not including just your organic growth or finding ways to save monies along the way. So the deal I have for you is in the form of a safe. We're looking at a 5 million aggregate to start out and 1.5 million tranche. And the terms obviously will be better for the first to enter. We're just kind of going down 20% discount to conversion to the first, 15% discount to the second, and 10% to the third, as you can see there. And that is our opportunity with me with FedEx. Love to work with you and hear from you. My contact info is there. I appreciate your time.
Great job, Garen Lear. Give him a round of applause. Garen, you've never done this before. You've never gone out and raised capital before, but yeah, I appreciate those round of applauses. And here's what I love about you, Garen, when we first met is you're a sharp guy. You're sharp with business. You're sharp with understanding where there's value. And that's why I said immediately, hey, you're like the Berkshire Hathaway of this industry, because very much like what you were doing with fix and flips, you're doing the same thing, and you figured it out. Hey, if I'm a contractor, if I can get the inside track in there, working in there like you've done some smart things there. Now you know what's available. Sort of like before a home goes on the market, if you will, to be able to grab that, fix it up, and flip it. And what I think you're going to be able to do is pool together a bunch of these routes with some investor capital, get them up and running, cash flow them, get them even more quality revenue than they're doing already, and then flip them to a PE firm. It's a great business idea. And what I want to talk about a little bit is just that journey and what that could look like. So tell me a little bit about if investors hear this or hear the recording and they say, hey, I want to jump on a call with Garen Lear. They hear a little bit about this and they say, you got your check for $1.5 million. What's the timeline look like with identifying what's available to putting in an offer to actually cash flowing a deal?
So your timeline's looking at, with the cash on hand, you could probably push through in about 2 to 3 weeks. A little bit might depend on FedEx and their process of pushing through on their side. Usually, if the previous contractor has everything in order, it can be done within a month to 2 months. So they say 4 to 8 weeks. I say 2 to 3 weeks because with cash, it goes a lot faster. You're not looking sitting on financing and stuff like that.
I'm sure. And I think what's incredible about that is very much the way family offices like to go out and buy platform businesses or add-on businesses. They just look for what's called quality revenue, right? They want to make sure that that revenue is coming in, it's predictable. Tell me if that's the case, what ends up happening where an operator or a contractor says, yeah, you know what, I want to cut this route loose or what have you? What are some of the circumstances that you go in there looking for those opportunities? Similarly to why would someone want to sell a piece of real estate? There's a distressed situation, whatever it is. Can you talk a little bit about that so investors get a better idea of what the market looks like?
Absolutely. So FedEx has cap sizes in their warehouses that they want to kind of keep it to a certain percentage that each contractor has within the warehouse. So it's kind of it's distributed more evenly across the group of owners. And so once they reach a certain limit, either they're going to sell off to gain capital somewhere else. They might sell off because they can't handle how large their business is currently. And those are the specific things I want to target to bring in, because A, they're motivated, and B, we can turn that around and add it, get things going really quick with that, with our systems that we get in place, and just streamline everything so that it just turns that profit quickly.
Yeah, and when you're looking to turn that profit, what ends up happening on the maintenance side? Is this a high CapEx type of venture where you got trucks on the road, where things need to be serviced, they break down, new trucks need to be purchased? What does that all look like?
So the repair and maintenance would probably be the other large expense within this business. And I think the main thing with your pickup and delivery, the ones that you see around town, is just keeping the oil changed and fixing what breaks on them quickly and then rotating them out. I've heard of companies that will go straight up and just lease all of their fleet, so then they don't have the emergency expense, and that's covered through the leasing program. Some people don't like that because obviously it costs a little bit more, but it also stabilizes what you're making. You know exactly how much you're going to make. FedEx does pay weekly, so that's good as well, just because it's steady and it's coming every single week. With the long haul, I've kind of seen a split on that. So some people will lease their fleet because a long haul route could consist of just 4 trucks. And so they don't have a need for a huge fleet. Some of the smaller ones will just purchase all of them, so then they get more tax benefit from that side. So there's a lot of different ways that you can approach that, and it just depends on how you're wanting to use those to your advantage, I guess.
Sure. And with the growth that's happening in certain areas like Colorado and other Midwest states, can you share a little bit about the massive growth opportunity that's happening right now with FedEx routes, and what that looks like if an investor was to take a look at your company and want to have a conversation with you?
Absolutely. So I was actually talking to a couple friends the other day about this, and one of the gals was she's from Longmont, right next to Erie, and she said she used to go back and forth just for different things down into Erie, and currently she's been down there, and she said it looks nothing like she remembered when she was growing up. And that's exactly what's happening in just the surrounding areas of Denver right now, and going up Fort Collins and east. It's just a lot of developments going on, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. And that really benefits us and the areas that I'm targeting locally, and where I'll target nationally as well. Just, you want that growth because that's just natural, and it's just a matter of keeping up with it.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. And that's what I loved about your good sense and fingers on the pulse of the market, where you could see where there's development plans, there's growth happening. And obviously, if there's development plans and growth happening and more houses, more commercial buildings, more deliveries, right? So if you buy a route that is in that area and it's going to grow, well, then that means the bottom line is going to get richer because it's going to grow where more service needs to be done. Obviously, the CapEx goes up as well relationally to that, where you might need more headcount, you might need more vehicles. Why don't you just talk a little bit in your last closing remarks here? I found it really intriguing when I was talking to this gal, how she said, I think based on what the media was saying and all these entities that are talking about delivery and all the issues with supply chain, she said she saw a steady amount of Christmas business from like October all the way through the first week of January, instead of like in years past, it's like a huge spike December 15th to, right before Christmas. So we're seeing steady revenue, that growth and consistency. So talk a little bit about that in your closing remarks.
Sure. So this time is the most stressful for contractors. They call it peak. So that starts about a little before Thanksgiving, sometimes at end of October, about Halloween, just because people are purchasing stuff for Christmas or Thanksgiving, and it pushes through. I think peak has actually gotten longer. After having worked there for about 6 years, I would say 10 to 12 years ago, it was a shorter time period. It was probably just Thanksgiving, end of December, maybe a tiny bit, like a week into January, but it really is going about the end of October through, I would say we just barely slowed down about 2 weeks ago. This is the first
Wow.
time that we haven't had to have like extra drivers picking up part of our loads just because we're packed in our trucks. So that's actually grown. And I think just the pandemic as a whole, the last couple of years has kind of changed the psychology of purchasing. We don't go to big retail or big box stores as much anymore. It's increased about 25% since the pandemic, 15
Wow.
to 25, somewhere in there. And they say that it's going to do another 15 to 25% in the future,
That is absolutely
5 to 10
remarkable.
years.
Absolutely remarkable. A lot of growth here. Great job, Garen Lear, Lear Ventures. Give him a round of applause. I'm incredibly impressed with you. You're a bright guy where this is just simple. The business is simple.
Yep.
And what I always tell my client companies is that simple duplicates, right? You're going to see investors that are going to want to see more of that. And they say, hey, this is simple to understand and I can throw gas on the fire with this. I'm really looking forward to seeing you get capitalized because I think you've got a huge opportunity there to do well. Great job, Garen Lear.
Definitely.
Give him a round
Thank
of
you so
applause.
much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, my pleasure. All right, up next after the break, we're going to have Doug Slattery coming up here. Doug has got, again, another incredible company. I don't want to overuse that word. You keep hearing me say incredible, remarkable, but guys, I am astonished with how blessed I am to be in the company of these bright minds. And Doug, you're doing some amazing things. We're going to go to you after the break here in just a second. Stay tuned. Don't go away. We're going to be back here in 15 minutes. Go refresh yourself. Grab a cup of coffee. That's what I'm going to do. Use the restroom. And we will be back here to finish the last presenters out here in just about 15 minutes. All right. We'll be right back with you. Doug, you're on deck. Stay tuned. All right, and we are back. Thank you so much for that. Got myself a fresh cup of coffee. Actually got a little cappuccino. And excited about this next group of presenters. And guys, as we're coming to the close here, just again, sharing a little bit about who we are and what we do with Fidelity Equity Partners. Many of you have already experienced us, like Kevin was alluding to earlier, like a pit bull on a leash. So what does that mean exactly? Well, oftentimes you're going to find investors out there that maybe are trying to take advantage of your situation. Because here's what I recognized. You know, in my experience in the capital markets, not everybody has the kind of experience that I or my team does. And what that ends up doing is putting you at a disadvantage if you don't know how to work terms of a deal or understand the devil's in the details. And that's what we do to help our client companies with that. Because what we want you guys doing is focusing on what you do best. That's driving your business and understanding when you get capitalized, what you can do with your business and how it could potentially benefit an investor. But I just wanted to share that. And one of these client companies of ours, like Doug Slattery, who's up here next. Dan, if you could spotlight Doug, that would be great. Doug has a remarkable background in technology. In fact, I know that his grandfather, I believe it was part of the Apollo project and all that with NASA. Is that right, Doug?
Actually, that was my parents. They worked on the Apollo space program. Yeah. So
your parents, you probably even remember that as a little guy, just watching and hearing about all that. But Doug's got a really incredible background in technology and understanding that. And what Cyborg does for automation and the things that we have been talking about, Doug, how you coordinate and integrate so much for businesses and the B2C platform. It is absolutely incredible what you do. And we have been undergirding you for quite some time now, and just so excited of the growth, the trajectory that you've been on, winning awards, winning grants, winning investments, attracting investors. We're so super stoked to be collaborating with you. And I'm excited for you to share with the folks that are watching live and that'll be watching this recording. But without further ado, help me introduce my good friend, colleague, client company, Doug Slattery with Cyborg.
well, thanks for that warm introduction, Izzy. That was great. Like you were saying, my parents were part of the Apollo space program that inspired, I think, my passion for technology. Minimize this thing here. Okay. Yeah, so my career in technology began with a stint in the military back in the 80s, a tour of duty in the U.S. Air Force, where I was stationed in the Far East. Ended up in a special assignment at Hickam Air Force Base, Hawaii, at Pacific Air Force Headquarters, working on their computer systems, and where I was later honorably discharged and continued my career in engineering. During my career, over 30 years, I spanned multiple projects and industries, including aerospace and fintech, a lot of different projects, a lot of different expertise and specialties, skills that I've acquired over the years. Now, before leaving the workforce about 3 years ago, to focus all my efforts on cybertech, I had authored multiple patents in machine learning, computer vision, and AI. And now I'm 100% all in to cybertech. So let's talk a little bit about smart buildings, building automation, electronic surveillance, which is what we do at Cybertech. And we eliminate the problems of fragmented and disjointed automation system and surveillance system used in commercial, government, and residential facilities by, number one, reducing operational costs and eyes on glass manpower that are required to monitor and maintain these systems. Identify areas to increase top line revenue through strategic initiatives where money is being left on the table. And three, reducing cybersecurity vulnerabilities, which cost businesses of all sizes across the US over $20 billion last year in disruption, damage, and ransomware payouts. Now, Cybertech does.
If you're switching slides on your side, we're not seeing that.
Yeah, I'll be doing that here in a second.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, very good. And Cybertech does all that through our one access and control point called the Cyberbox. Now, let's take a closer look at this. So building management and automation systems have been around for quite some time and typically consist of disjointed system, multiple vendors, and a lot of customization involved, being costly solutions, increasing cybersecurity vulnerabilities, like I just mentioned. Now, CyberTech has solved this problem by combining these different systems into a single platform, along with intelligent video surveillance and analytics, making it available to businesses of all size. At one time, were affordable only to large businesses. Conference rooms, offices, retail storefronts, and more that are integrated with smart technology devices and the cyber platform can be controlled by management and occupants through the cyber app available for mobile, PC, Mac, and tablet devices. Occupants using the cyber mobile app to control creature comforts of offices and conference room, while management and security personnel monitor common areas with the desktop app, which is very rich in features, providing these professionals with better tools they needed to protect the occupants. Secure data analytics and visualization tools that are available in the cyber web app give technology professionals the information they need when they need it in an intuitive graphical dashboard, providing real-time analytical data to further reduce the potential of disruption or improve operational efficiencies. Okay, so the inspiration behind CyberTech, I give a lot of credit to my wife, Anna. Anna is a professional in the hair industry, specializing in color. And she was personally trained by Vidal Sassoon at the beginning of her career when she was getting started. And she has a salon that had other stylists working there that were coming and going at all different hours of the day and into the evening. And she didn't want to have to keep running back and forth to the salon or asking me to run back and forth to the salon to make sure that the doors were locked, the lights were off, and the building was secure. So CyberTech brings Internet of Things technology, IoT ecosystems of smart devices to life for applications in smart buildings, smart cities, smart communities, even smart homes, without the need of cloud that introduces its own set of cybersecurity risks and performance risks. Now, as I was looking to how this technology could be applied, I was identifying different areas of use cases. And what I came down to is, it looks pretty busy here on this slide, that it boils down to pretty much any building that runs on electricity could benefit from cyber technology. So after speaking with several people about my idea, I was very encouraged with the feedback that I got. It was all positive. And I wanted to see how big of a market there was for this type of technology that I had developed for Anna's salon and our home. And what I found was that in 2019, just in the homeowners, 25% of US homes were using 2 or more smart devices. According to the Census Bureau, the DFW Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, where we are, has a large population of about 7.5 million people and 90,000 commercial facilities here in the Metroplex. So that represents about $225 million addressable market just in Dallas alone. And that grows to about $37 billion across the US, which is about half of the global market. And how we've entered this market is a B2B campaign. We're actually in the process of selling the cybersecurity platform. And we've released our phase 1 MVP, which is around intelligent video surveillance. We have ongoing development, developing new features, additional features that will be added and ready to be released later this year in phase 2. At which point we are also socializing within state, local, and federal governments, and even the DoD. And later on, probably next year, we expect to start to see some brand recognition as we start to reach economies of scale, where we plan to enter the consumer market, where it'll be more affordable to homeowners and apartment owners. Okay, so from all of the research that we've done, we've put together these financial forecasts. Izzy's team has done a fantastic job of taking a deep dive with us, and not just helping us realize what kind of revenue that we could receive 5 years from now, but also what kind of returns investors can expect to realize. We expect to break even in 3.5 to 4 years once we reach these goals. Now, to be able to make all of this happen, we are raising $900,000. $350,000 will go for ongoing product development. We want to bring on additional engineers to help us with the future iterations for our next phase of product development. $250,000 for sales and marketing budget to help us get our brand recognized, brand recognition. $150,000 for professional services and legal expenses we expect to incur, and the remaining $150,000 for OpEx, overhead, and working capital. The deployment schedule of how all this money is going to be used will run into the summer of 2023, where we expect we will start to be revenue positive at that point, and a recognized brand in our target markets. Now, KPIs at that time will be a good indicator of what our next round and asking valuation will look like. I also wanted to point out, like Izzy briefly mentioned, that grant opportunities that Cybertech qualifies for within the federal DoD, SBIR, SEKR grant programs, as well as state and local grant programs, and veteran entrepreneur support nonprofit groups. So we are involved with all of these activities, trying to raise money in lieu of private equity. There's also grants and revenue as far as capital injections that we are trying to take advantage of. So before jumping into questions, I wanted to mention about Pepperdine University's Most Fundable Companies competition. I don't know if any of you in the audience have heard of this, but every year they host and sponsor a competition that any US company can enter. And they help these companies determine how ready and how prepared they are to attract investment from private equity funding. Now, companies that are selected to advance through the competition have to answer increasingly more complex questionnaires that take several hours to complete, kind of like doing a due diligence of going through an investment or preparing a business plan. Now, Cybertech was one of the 100 companies of the total 4,500 to advance to the semifinals in 2020. And this achievement was very encouraging that we were on the right track doing the right thing. Now, in return, Pepperdine also provides their own in-depth analysis in the form of a comprehensive radar graph and review reports to all the entrants that indicate where they're doing well and where areas where they need to focus on. Now, as we talk to other folks and we talk with other investors, one of the questions that we get is, how much does it cost? And that's a good question. Our phase 1 MVP, intelligent video surveillance platform, is competitively priced, and very competitively priced at $3,000, which includes 5 good quality indoor and outdoor cameras, storage for a week worth of video retention, emergency battery backup unit if the power goes out. Cyber platform will still keep running. The rules engine, the intelligence layer, all the notifications that go in with the automation pieces of the cyber platform, and all the software that you need in your hands for mobile apps, your desktops, and tablets. And some people might think that this is a high price, but as a business owner, like me, I realize, like many other business owners, they put a lot of time and a lot of money into their businesses and their assets. Why would they skimp on trying to protect those assets? One of the things that we've done is partnering with real estate and property development professionals, which typically are responsible for these building automation systems, smart buildings. And by doing this for a new build, the system can be rolled into like a mortgage, like that would be considered similar to like an appliance, like a stove or refrigerator, and the cost within the mortgage is not even noticed by the property owner. So another question that I get is, what makes you different from established companies? And this is a good question. And one of the things is we're bringing the technology into the future, where some of these other companies, they may be stagnant, trying to stagnate the market with what is working for them now and keep that revenue stream coming in. And that's not very innovative. And some of them don't own the technology. So here at Cyber, we own 100% of our technology. We do not outsource. The scalability is another thing that we have, being able to monitor simultaneously multiple facilities, whether they be on one complex, like an apartment complex property, or larger enterprises where they may have facilities spread out across different geographic locations. Now, being able to monitor Anna's salon and our home at the same time is another competitive advantage that we've identified. And let me explain what I mean by that. And this is some real stories that I've heard from different people, different business owners, and also about different companies that they've had personal experiences with. And the story goes like this. On the installation day, after they've ordered a service for their property, the installer comes out and realizes that the order was placed incorrectly as maybe like a residential order instead of for a commercial building. Now, this was a showstopper, and the installation had to be rescheduled just for a simple clerical mistake. And I was confused by this and didn't understand it. You know, here at Cybertech, we use the same hardware, the same software, regardless of where it is to be installed, who is using it, or how it is to be used. And this clerical error sounds like a barrier to entry for those other established companies, as they would likely incur significant expense and time to redo their back office business processes and to retrain, say, thousands of employees to address this problem. One of the other questions that I get is, it sounds like a lot of work went into developing Cyber. So who has helped you build it? And that's another great question. Let me introduce you to James Nee and Richard Ingram. Both are experienced hardware engineers with decades of experience and background in STMicroelectronics. And if you're not familiar with STMicroelectronics, they make semiconductors and electronics that go into the set-top boxes for the cable TV industry. So they're very familiar with video streaming at the hardware level, as well as hardware encryption and security. So they're kind of my counterpart, and I consider our relationship like the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup relationship. So my core competencies are more around software, so I represent the peanut butter side of the team. They represent the hardware, which is a chocolate, and together we are two good things that go great together. Next on our team, we have Pat Fiore as our CMO, marketing strategy expert. She's helped us with branding. She's helping us with social media, with our mailings, and those marketing activities. She brings decades of experience to help numerous other companies grow and become more successful. Trevor Anderson is our fractional CFO, got financial executive experience in private equity sector. He is leading our investor outreach as we are networking with investors, sharing our story and attracting investments. And then, of course, we have Izzy, and Izzy has done a great job, him and his team, of helping us put together our pitch deck, materials, coaching, and preparing in general for events like this one today. And very, very grateful for Izzy's expertise. And with that, that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions that you have that you think of maybe after the event, please reach out to Izzy or myself. I'm happy to make myself available. And I'm also happy to schedule a live demo for anyone who is interested as well. We can do this over Zoom and can show some of the pilot projects that we have in place that are using the system. So come on, be a part of a company that innovates technology for smarter, safer computers or communities as Cybertech. Thank you, and back to you, Izzy.
Right on, right on. Great job, Doug. Absolutely excellent presentation. And you know what I've loved with collaborating with you, it just makes complete sense, right? So let's go from the micro side of things to maybe in someone like myself in my home, where I've got all these smart devices that they all come with their own unique apps, right? Where you buy this smart device or smart piece of technology and it's got an app that you got to download, but you got to coordinate and integrate these things and figure out how to use them together. And that's not for the faint of heart and technology, okay? But for someone like yourself and Cyber that can take all of that, and now I can have my sprinkler system, my garage, whatever it is, all right here powered in the palm of my hand. So that's at a micro level. Talk about on a bigger level, like commercial applications, where in a large building, how it's important to be able to monitor the HVAC, the camera systems, what's happening in a pool in a community, the alarm systems, all of that in one place, and then record it and not have this dependence on the cloud. That's always been remarkable to me. Share a little bit about that in the use case scenarios in the commercial aspect.
Right. So if you think of in the commercial and typically with big installations and enterprises, there's a lot of cloud dependency. They take advantage of cloud-based technology. But for smart devices, smart device ecosystems, that doesn't really make sense. It is possible. It's one approach to do it. But in this case, there's problems that can be introduced, like latency and delays for devices to react from when you send a command to turn on or off a device. And this could be due to disruptions in the cloud, usage spikes, different scenarios where there's congestion on the internet that just causes devices to slow down. But if you think of on the commercial aspect, looking into the future, these systems were traditionally designed for building maintenance and engineers, and they were eyes on glass and a lot of training, a lot of skills, a lot of support costs for these systems. By consolidating these all into one system that the cyber platform provides, we give these professionals the data visualization tools, image analysis, image analytics, that's not only addresses, safety and security, but there's also opportunities to identify places where they could increase potential revenue, say monitoring foot traffic through a storefront to see where consumers are spending most of their attention and maybe moving high dollar, high sale items into those locations so that they are visualized. But also if you think of an office building, being able to bring like the smart home technology and the creature comforts that it provides for the occupants and the workers that they use day to day in their offices and conference rooms. The scenario is, how many times have you gone into like a conference room and it's like too cold and you have to call somebody up, and if they answer the phone and they're there and they're not busy, then they may be able to come down and adjust the temperature for you. But if you're driving the conference and people are cold, all you got to do is just get on your phone, adjust the temperature, and it's done. You can get on with your meeting without people shivering or sweating, So those are the types of things that we're able to do forward looking with next generation building automation, smart building, smart city technology. It's part of our vision.
That's so awesome. And I know from experience, prior to COVID, our team was in a co-working space and we were growing at a rapid rate. And, we had all these offices and micro offices with our team in there. And what was so challenging is, let's say Dan, for example, needed to jump into the conference room with a client of ours, and they were just stopping by for a visit or what have you. Well, if the manager of these facilities wasn't around, we couldn't really get served that well. But with Cyborg in the palm of your hand, from giving access to certain rooms to being able to control temperatures, all that is so important in this day and age, with what I would call the new age of post-COVID, where people are sort of working from home, they're going into co-working environments. And by the way, it's a huge business now where you can buy these franchises and have a co-working space and then utilize your technology in there. I think it's absolutely remarkable. Can you speak to what it looks like on the capabilities literally in the palm of your hand, where if I need to give someone access to a conference room or to set the temperature in there and I'm not present, how you can do that and facilitate that with the technology that you have, while also keeping these security measures that are important with office buildings?
Sure, absolutely. It's one thing to be able to have the app to do that, and having the team on site to be able to grant access either to the occupants or the people that need access to certain devices or the technology of the smart building controls. But if somebody is offsite, they're at home, it might be a weekend, and somebody might be in the building over the weekend. Being able to access that remotely, not just being able to control your devices from the app remotely from anywhere, but for the administrators to also be able to access that through our web app. They can just log in to the web app and being able to grant certain people that they want to authorize access to the systems that they need to use for that period of time. Well, we are able to do that through the cyber app and the cyber web app.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. And I think as more and more buildings, I mean, every time I fly to a different city, I'm seeing cranes everywhere. The economy, I don't think is slowing down right now. I think there's cranes in lots of cities, buildings are being done, new subdivisions, all these things. Everyone wants those different amenities at like a closed gated community. And I love how Cyborg can facilitate all that. It's a growing trend. This isn't just simply, your local security company that's doing some things where you have a sign in the front yard. This is some high tech, incredible stuff that you're doing right down to managing HVAC and those systems. And how about this? Where now, when you think about where I know where I live in Colorado, there are certain hours where it's 3 times the amount when you're using the energy, right? So imagine if you can utilize your technology and have certain devices trigger something else to say, okay, we need to reduce these things because it's going to lower the spending and bring more money to the bottom line of companies. I think it's absolutely incredible what you're doing, Doug. And my hat's off to you. We love Cyborg. I know that you've been doing a great job attracting investors and having these conversations. I've been chatting with Trevor about that as well. So super stoked for the future of Cyborg and looking forward to investors watching this live and connecting with you and watching the recording. So super proud of you, man. Great job. Give Doug Slattery a round of applause. Excellent job, Doug. Great job.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we've got my good friend and colleague, Lance. Lance, can we spotlight Lance here? There he is. What's happening, Lance?
Hey, Izzy. How's it going, bro?
All right. I'm super stoked to unveil Lance Hall because, Lance, you and I have been speaking just very recently and just discovering that we're connected to these people, one of them being one of your investments related to Patrick Henry and his company. But outside of that, Vegas projects and things like that, we just have an exciting future. And I love your background in real estate and all that you're doing. And the reason why I want to say unveil Lance Hall is because I think investors right now, they're looking for bright entrepreneurs like a Lance Hall, okay? And talking a little bit about your background, the age of 27, let's start in the beginning here. The age of 27, you owned like 65 pieces of real estate that you were renting out, fixing, flipping. Talk a little bit about your story before we go into the project here that I think investors are going to be super stoked about with your kind of experience.
Can you hear me, Izzy? Okay.
I can hear you great.
Okay. So anyways, my background's a little unique. I'm actually I'm a serial entrepreneur that has a degree in entrepreneur and new venture management from the University of Southern California. And I started out my career in the television business. I prepared a business plan when I was 20. By the time I was 21, I raised the money. I won the USC Pound the Pavement Award for one of the first business entrepreneurs to actually raise money for his college project. And my college project was to build a TV station in Buffalo, New York. And to make a long story short, by the time I was 23, I had 2 TV stations that I was running with about 100 employees. And I guess I was the youngest general manager in the history of television at 22. But I've done all kinds of different niche kind of entrepreneurial ventures from, I produced some movies, I produced Broadway shows, I produced some Vegas shows. But my main love is I should just stick to where I make all my money is in real estate. And as you know, real estate can be very creative depending on the kind of real estate you buy. And to talk about creative, the last big purchase of real estate I bought was a zoo. And I think there was a movie that Matt Damon came out with. It was called We Bought a Zoo. And kind of a crazy story. I saw that movie, and it's about a single dad, kind of like me, raising 2 kids. His wife died, and he takes kids on a road trip get him out of trouble. And he ends up having a cigarette and seeing a sign, zoo for sale. And he meets this beautiful Scarlett Johansson. And anyways, it's a love story. It's a true story. And he buys the zoo. And as serendipity would have it, my one of my business partners called me and asked me if I wanted to buy a zoo. I go, hey, great movie, right? And he goes, what are you talking about? What movie? I go, the zoo movie. He goes, no. He goes, I want you to buy a zoo. And I was absolutely flabbergasted. I thought he was just yanking my chain. So anyways, I said, I'm very interested just because I saw the movie. I'm going to get on a plane and go look at it. So anyways, I went to go look at this piece of property. And it was an 80-acre property on I-65 on the way to Nashville. And the zoo had been in business about 20 years, very unprofitable. But what caught my eye, it had 20 acres of commercial property on I-65 next to Love's Truck Stop. And Love's Truck Stop actually bought 20 acres of the zoo. And if you Google Love's, they're like the 6th richest privately held corporation in America by revenue. I think they do like 28 billion a year in sales, which I had no idea. But I saw this zoo, and just like the movie, it's like, man, you're buying yourself a job. This like, we don't know anything about the zoo. It's, it's got a lot of, regulation, and I'm not really sure about it. But I noticed that there were 300 trucks parked on the property at night. And I go, why are there so many trucks there? He said, my partner goes, what's like that every night? I go, why? He goes, well, and I didn't know this, and I'm not sure you might have ever thought about this, but I live in a Tony Beach community called Laguna Beach, and you never see a semi truck driving around in Laguna because there's no parking, and you just don't do it. So what Love's made their business model on is they basically look for real estate on good traffic exits off of the major freeways, and they put in a 10 bay for diesel, 10 bay for gas, and they anchor it with the Subway and McDonald's. The truckers come in, they fill up, they get free Wi-Fi, they get to take a shower, and they get the privilege of taking their McDonald's or Subway and taking it to their truck and sleeping overnight. And these trucks are on these routes that every single like UPS, FedEx, the GPS coordinates, they have to basically park. They can only drive like so many hours, or they'll lose their license. Anyways, I said, look, I'm not sure about this zoo, but if you can, if we can just cater to these truckers and vertically integrate these business, if you make the zoo break even, we're gonna have a really great business. Anyways, fast forward 10 years later, or it's our 10th year of the zoo. Our zoo nets us $1.6 million a year. We own it free and clear, and we're developing the 20 acres. But the zoo turned out to be the cash cow, and now we're developing the real estate. So that kind of leads me into my new venture of how I met Izzy. I guess I'm an investor in one of his other clients. I got $500,000 invested in Patrick Henry's gun deal. It's a fabulous project. And anyways, Patrick turned me on to Izzy and says, you got to talk to Izzy about what you're doing. So anyways, I guess Izzy asked me just yesterday to come on, and I'm here to talk about something that I'm really excited about. And it's a real estate deal, and it's another niche kind of deal. I
got excited about it, Vance, because of your expertise. And I think it's so timely, looking at things with investments. I mean, we talked a little bit about how everyone's getting hammered in the stock market right now, right? And geopolitical risks and things of that nature. And you have a lot of money that's sitting on the sidelines right now. And investors that are plugging in and listening to the recording, they can empathize and understand with this for sure, that the interest rates are so low, it does no good for their money to sit on the sidelines. And yet they're a little skittish with putting it into the stock market because it's all over the place, right? They don't know where the bottom or the top is, right? But I know this, if they can back someone like yourself that has what I would say is the Midas touch in real estate, you identify these things that someone would say, that's crazy, I would never touch that. And you figure it out and you turn it for a profit. Now let's move on to what's happening here with the Falls of Rough. I love this project because I'm a golfer, right? Well, I'm a hacker. Okay, you probably wouldn't like me on your golf course, but I fix up the divots that I make. But needless to say, what I love about this is you have so many people that are looking for great ideas, great projects to park some money into and say, hey, what can something like this turn into over the next 3 to 5 years? Share a little bit about Falls of Rough, because I think it's remarkable what you and your partners are doing.
Right. Well, the Falls of Rough kind of came about that because we had the zoo, my partner's kind of got his ear to the Florida listing for other deals, and he heard about a golf resort that came available for sale. It was actually not just a golf, it was actually a real estate development. The prior developer, back when money was cheap in 2008-9, purchased this golf resort and the surrounding land for $12 million. and their plan was to build houses. They wanted to build 1,200 homes, and money was cheap back then, as we all know. And basically, they borrowed $18 million to put all the infrastructure in. I'm talking about all the asphalt roads, all the electrical, all the water systems, and everything to build 1,200 homes. And they, in fact, sold out the entire development. They would invite you to this golf course and give you a free putter, and they try to sell you real estate. And the idea was to build a nice, either a primary home or a second home that was, we had all the recreational amenities that you could ask for: hunting, fishing. There's the state reservoir recreational areas exactly 1 mile away. So you can pontoon boat, you can jet ski, water ski, and it's just kind of a really beautiful, beautiful area. But what happened is these guys did is they got all this money, they put the infrastructure in, and they got into some financial trouble. They had another development also in Dallas. Again, long story short, they filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy after they only building 3 homes. The bank got it was rated the #2 golf course by Golf Digest magazine at the time. And then everything deteriorated. The bank had it, didn't take care of it. And they ended up selling the whole property to a local farmer who was going to basically grow soybeans on the property, rip the golf course out. And we heard about it, and we went down to meet with the farmer, and we decided that we made him an offer to buy it, and we wanted to renovate the golf course, and we wanted to build homes just like they tried to do. But instead of having $18 million of the debt, we picked up the thing for basically 10 cents on the dollar. We bought it for right at just a little under $2 million. And now we've been running it for 3 years. We had no members. We now have about 350 members that are paying. We've renovated the course, put $4 million of our own money into the project, and it's almost debt free. We only owe about $500,000 on the entire asset that you see, which includes that 1820 historical mansion that's on the historical register. 2 of the original members of Congress and Senate live there. The richest family in Kentucky, it was called the Green Family Farm. They had the only grist mill for acres and miles around. People would bring their grain and their lumber to mill their lumber. They built a dam, that's why they call it the Falls of Rough. And they were like one of the first self-sustaining communities back in the 1800s, where they had crops, cattle, chickens, the general store, the post office, and then the grist mill. So one of the things that we found out in our due diligence of the property is that we had a civil engineer look at and there's about 8 different profit centers on this property, which I really like. We have enough, we could change the paddle wheels on the grist mill and convert it into hydroelectric, and that gives us enough power to basically power 250 homes. We could be our own power plant for our own community, which is very, very valuable. All the water for the golf course comes from the Rough River, which surrounds the golf course, which we get for free because the Army Corps of Engineers has a pump station that lets us pump it out of the river. And the real winner in this whole thing is the golf courses are great. A lot of them don't make money, but it's the real estate that makes the money. And Dave and I also acquired 200 lots of the development, besides buying the mansion, the 10 cabins, and the golf resort. And so we have about 500 acres in total, including the golf resort. And we built our first model home. It took us about a year from the ground up. We had the local Amish builders build for us. They're very, very interesting, creative people, but they have great workmanship. And we built our first house. All in, we were in it for $260,000, and we sold it for $360,000. So we made about $100,000 profit. It sold the minute we were finished. We have 4 other properties under construction, and the problem we have great project, but the problem we have is because the banks took an $18 million haircut on the prior developers. They've lost confidence in the course, and we can't find anybody to lend us any money. So everything we have to do is for cash. So my partner and myself basically are doing everything for cash. We've paid the debt down. We've sold a few of the cabins, and we want to build 10 to 15 houses at a time, because if we do that, there's $1.5 million profit every single year just in the housing. So anyways, that's kind of the Reader's Digest version of what we're doing, and looking for some partners.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you could see there on the video, and I know you guys have made some accoutrements on there. There's also plans for renovating the structure that's over there by the bridge. If you had seen that on the waterfall and everything for a restaurant. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that this can be super duper profitable. And we're certainly going to heighten the visibility with our investors in this project. It's brand new. So this is sort of a free look at what's coming here, and we're taking indications of interest. And one of the folks that I want to introduce you to, he's actually going to be presenting here next. His name is Eddie Carr with Bella Reed Pools. They build some magnificent, gorgeous luxury pools. I think that would be fun for people that have memberships to be able to plug in there, have this gorgeous pool. Eddie's not too far from you as well in Georgia.
Yeah, we do have a pool, by the way.
Yeah, I know you've got a pool there, and some of the things that you were talking about with some of the homes that you're going to be building on there. I'm talking about with having their own pools on the property and things like that. But needless to say, the project that you're working on, I think, is super profitable, and you're going to have lots of folks that are going to want to throw money at this. Why don't we talk a little bit about, before we wrap up here, what that could look like, securing interest against the value of the real estate, which before this thing went belly up with its other owners, they borrowed about $19 million or something like that. And I think we have some old estimates that this 5 years ago was worth what, $12-15 million, something like that. Can you speak to that, Lance?
Yeah, I had one of the top golf brokers in the country did a BPO for me, and they actually sold it originally for 12 million, and I wanted to know what it was worth. And again, that was back in 2009, and now it's 2022, and she felt it was worth every bit of $11 million. And that's without, just as it stood right there. If we had to sell it into pieces, sell the cabins individually for 120,000 a piece, the mansion, worth $1 million, the golf course worth $4 million, the lots worth $6 million. So it's a great asset value play with very, very little debt, which minimizes the risk. And then my partner and I were willing to subordinate a first trustee, ownership interest if we brought the right investor in to further securitize their investment.
Yeah, and certainly with our audience and network, I think the right investors are there. And here's what I love about this, because any sophisticated investor is going to say, what went wrong the first time? And it was just poor management, right, of those dollars, and they didn't know how to do what you and David know how to do. But what I will say is, knowing what you've done before in the past and how you've turned a profit, like just for example, the zoo. I know that folks are going to be very interested in working with you. So if you're interested in this project, I'm looking forward to connecting with you. We can jump on a Zoom call. Again, this is a brand new issue, and we can give you some details on that. But securitized investment against the assets and the real estate. So there's a big safety net there. I mean, this property is worth a lot of money, and we're talking about bringing on $2 to $5 million, an early tranche of $2 million. We're going to do some other tranches later on. They're not going to be as sweet of terms as in the beginning, but I know you want to kick this off right away, so you're dangling some carrots there for the investors. So for sure, Lance, let's jump on some Zoom calls with some investors, because they'll want to back this project. I have no doubt.
Great. Looking forward to it. Thanks for your time, Nathan.
Absolutely. Give Lance Hall a round of applause. A great entrepreneur, great businessman, super excited and honored to be partnered with this project. All right, up next, we've got Eddie Carr from Bella Reed Pools. Eddie, you're up. Let's spotlight him. Eddie, I know you were probably thinking, man, I wouldn't put in some of my luxury pools on those houses he was talking about, right?
That's exactly what I was taking notes, trying to figure out how I'm going to get a hold of him here in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to connect you two for sure, because I know you guys, with your backgrounds in construction and real estate, you'll do very well together. But what I wanted to do is introduce my good friend and client, Eddie Carr. He's doing remarkable things with Bella Reed Luxury Pools, and he took advantage of what ended up happening here, where, I call it turning lemons into lemonade. We saw the pandemic hit, where so many people were sort of shuttered in their homes. They weren't going anywhere. Then the summer comes, and it's like, okay, what do I do now? And everyone's like, you know what we need? We need a pool, right? Because no one wanted to start going out and, getting these different viruses and things like that. We didn't have the vaccinations back then. And what's ended up happening is you have this pent up demand with a tremendous amount of people wanting your construction projects and building these gorgeous pools. Before we jump into that, Eddie, give them some perspective of your background. Tell them the story and journey of everything you've done, because you have a very successful career in real estate, construction, and everything else.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Izzy. So, I mean, one of the things that happened in the construction market, post COVID, as everybody knows, I mean, the demand for DIY, all the do-it-yourself projects and everything like that happened. The price of lumber, everything was going up because of the demand, not necessarily because of shortages, but the demand of construction went up. Well, the same thing happened in the pool industry, of course, because nobody could go anywhere. Everybody stayed home. Nobody knew what was going to really happen with in the country as far as the virus. There's so much unclarity that people said, listen, I'd rather build a paradise in my backyard. That way we don't have to go anywhere. So I started in the pool construction industry back in 2006. And back then I had a construction company that specialized in outdoor lighting, landscape lighting. Really, that's all what we did back then. And we focused on customer service. We provided, exquisite product but just really white glove service. And then at some point we started getting calls from our clients asking us, we love what you did. Our backyard looks phenomenal. Our front yard looks amazing. Do you guys do pools as well? Well, after the third call of saying, no, we don't, I thought to myself, well, why don't we, build pools? This is, again, 2006. So back then, YouTube was not as famous and it wasn't one of those things where you could just go in and YouTube a video of how to build a pool. I placed an ad and I asked for somebody to teach me everything there is to know about building pools. So I actually hired somebody to do that. And within a few months, I felt like I've gained enough knowledge to kind of carry on and do this by myself. And, fast forward 15, 16 years later, here we are. The original company that I had, I sold, I had, retired, moved on to another venture, did that for a couple of years. And I was actually retired when COVID started. And I recognized that there is a very special need for this kind of product, but we have to do it completely different than how it's being done, as of right now, or how it's been done for the last 50 or 60 years.
Absolutely. And can you speak, Eddie, how that blew up, right? You went from literally zero to approaching nearly $10 million in top line revenue. It's blown my mind. And I'm excited about the collaboration of this project, of the center that you're going to be building. Before we get to that, just talk to me of how you were able to scale so quickly with your process and methodologies, where other pool companies are like giving up, saying, you know what, bro, you just take it from here, man.
Yeah. So, again, the way everybody else is building pools these days in the United States is that the pool builder itself, he's actually just a general contractor and a designer. He designs the pool, sells it to the client, and then he has subcontractors that he hires to perform every phase or every stage of that construction, whether it's excavation, plumbing, rebar, concrete, so on and so forth. What we did is we recognized, first of all, that in order to beat everybody, we have to do it completely different, because the demand went so up on building in-ground pools. The amount of subcontractors remained the same. So the turnaround usually was anywhere between 6 to 9 months to build a pool. After COVID, that went up to 15 months to 2 years, and even 6 months waiting just to meet with the client. So what we did is we decided to take the entire construction and bring it completely in-house. I hired all the tradesmen, bought all the vehicles, all the trucks and everything, and trained everybody on how to build them at the standard that we wanted. And that allowed us to, instead of compete with other builders that are building between 18 months to 24 months, we're doing everything under 90 days. Okay. The biggest project takes us less than 90 days. The average pool takes us under 60 days. So it's one of those things where it really became a non-brainer, even sales pitch, where do you want this to take 2 years in your backyard, or do you prefer to be done in 90 days?
Blew me away when we first started talking, because right in my own backyard, we've talked about that, where their Toll Brothers project, and pool companies were coming in there, landscaping companies were coming in there, and you're doing all this high-end landscape construction. You're in and out of there before some of these people are even getting an estimate, much less a proposal. And that's something that blew me away. And yet they're your people. You're not going around subbing a whole bunch of different folks. Can you talk to me about that? Because it's your process, your people, your materials, and your foresight on this was remarkable, because I think you mentioned you have like 6 to 9 months of lead time, or how many millions of dollars worth of stone and stuff like that, beautiful
Correct.
stuff what you do with pools. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think investors would like to hear that.
Absolutely. So that was the other piece of the puzzle. So one piece of the puzzle was being able to complete all the construction and do everything in house, but you need the materials, you need the things in order to build, and that's PVC, rebar, pool equipment, stone, tile, the whole 9 yards. So chain supply was obviously also a major issue. So what we did, we cut out all the distribution completely out of the equation. We are currently importing anywhere between 35 to about 50 containers a month directly from Turkey of natural stone for the pool coping, pool tile, paver decking, pretty much everything that you see kind of here in the background in the picture behind me. That is all stuff that we import directly. The PVC, the rebar, the pool equipment, we are buying everything directly from the factories. We're not buying through distribution, and we are buying and stocking ahead of time. You know what I mean? Perfect example is, not to get into politics or anything like that, but everything that's going right now between Russia and Ukraine, there is a direct effect, and I'm not going to get into the details, that is going to take a major effect on the salt cells, the cells that convert the salt into chlorinating in all the pools. That is going to be wiped out completely, if whatever we're afraid of happening is going to happen, because Ukraine carries close to 40% of that material that they use in order to do these things out there. So guess what we did? We placed a $750,000 order yesterday, and the company we bought it from called us, said, "Are you sure?" That because you usually place $75,000, at a time. And I said, "Yeah, no, we're 100% sure." Why? Because even they didn't understand why we're doing this. Nobody, it's just one of those things. When I started looking into what are some of the things that are going to be affected, that was one of it. It doesn't matter if we're going to go through it. It could be there's going to be a ceasefire tomorrow. Who knows? It's not, a perishable product that has a shelf life of a month and then it's going to go bad. Whether we use it, over the next 6 months or the next 8 months, we need it. You know what I mean? But we are in a position, because of how we conduct business and because of how profitable we are, that we're able to execute, things like that. If things go sideways the way they are, going right now, we're going to be the last man standing in the greater, Georgia market that is able to complete pools over the next 12 months.
Oh, no question. And, just looking at this slide here, one of the things that we recognized when our financial team jumped on this and started looking at the future of what this is going to look like in the future, all the home construction, people wanting their own sanctuaries in their own backyard. And what is also, it's done, Dan, if you could spotlight Raphael for a second. You have a key team member that is brilliant on the M&A side, where now what this has done is it's brought other companies sort of to their knees, if you will, that are saying, listen, we can't handle things with the process that you guys have. We didn't have the foresight that you do. And now you're literally buying these companies, where when investors are looking at, are we just putting money and investing into pools going in the ground? No, you're investing in the expansion and the critical distribution points of what this is going to look like over the next 2 to 5 years. Dan, can you spotlight Raphael as well? Because Raphael has been instrumental in identifying these other key companies. And can you guys speak to that, what that's going to look like here in the coming months and the coming 12 to 24
Yeah.
months acquiring other companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're at a point right now where we're identifying potential, and key players in the industry right now that are, performing above average, that are doing things the right way, and we're reaching out. And what we're doing is we're acquiring several companies, and it's not just other pool builders. One of the companies we're doing our due diligence on right now is a trucking company that owns several dump trucks and flatbeds and things like that. Well, there's a lot of issue with trucking as well. So
Yeah.
instead of having to get on the wait list or stand in line for other contractors or other truck companies to provide trucking for us to haul dirt or gravel or whatever it is we need from one job site to another, we're going to have our own trucks. You know what I mean? Another company is a company that does the Pebble, the Pebble interior finish. We're looking to acquire a couple of these companies so that now we would be able to even have our own license to apply the interior finish, the PebbleTech brand. Those are things that, nobody had access to before. There was a certain licensed, company that did it in every state or in every metropolitan city. We're going to be able to get the license to apply the interior finish on the pools, on every one of our pools. And at that point, we would be 100% completely self-sustained and not dependent on any kind of outside sources.
Well, your partner here, Rafael, who has been identifying these companies, I know you guys have had a working relationship for quite some time in financial services, and you guys have been brilliant entrepreneurs working together. So that's Rafael's role, is identifying these key companies for him to acquire. Rafael, can you speak to that as well as what you're seeing here on the horizon as other potential acquisitions come available, other pool companies that you have some ability to acquire?
Yeah, the way Bella Reed have come and changed the way that pools have been built is actually bringing us even more business to look and more opportunity to look. Right now, we have a phenomenon going on that a lot of local companies actually reaching out to us and asking if we would be interested in buy them because they can compete. And been talking to other group of smart people, and they ask me what's going to happen with Bella Reed after the COVID is done, finished, the emergency is passed here. Well, that is a great concern, but the way that I see it is we will continue having a lot of business because many of these other players are going out of business because we have come and changed the business. So Eddie has an idea, Eddie has a plan, has a vision, okay? And I think this is gonna be happening and being replicated on those markets that we have identified that have the nicest, juiciest profit margin for us to participate. So we have developed a criteria of what companies we want to invest, but most important for us is culture. What is the culture of this company? Because it has to be assimilated by us or have to be shared with us. And we're putting a lot of attention to the culture. We're putting a lot of attention on the market, and the most important, the opportunity of growth of that market. We don't want to hit any saturation point or buy any company that is in the market that is already saturated or about get saturated in about 3 or 4 years. So that's some of the insights or some of the clues that we're looking in order to make a determination who we want to buy and who we want to approach.
Well, it's no secret as well with, and thanks for that perspective. It's no secret that Eddie's been a mastermind in marketing, right? I mean, when you look at the strategy there with how you guys are able to turn these leads into conversions, I have not seen anything like this before with your sales process. It's absolutely incredible. And that's been fueling this whole business model that you have here, which, I want to bring up what the flagship location is going to end up looking like. This epic flagship location where people can have weddings there. People can come and visit dozens of different models of what pool backyards, what their backyard could look like with a pool and landscape construction, all the high-end stone and everything else. In these closing moments, Eddie, can you just speak to what this is going to look like in the future and the capital that we're going to put towards that? Because I think it's a remarkable idea. I absolutely love it.
Absolutely. So this is when I started Bella Reed Luxury Pools, what I'm about to talk about was actually the vision of everything that we've worked so hard for, was to create this this attraction. Okay. And what we're creating is, we're in the process of closing on a 35-acre land here in the Georgia area, not too far actually from Brave Stadium. And we're going to turn it into the largest outdoor living design center in the country. If you would imagine walking into this glass building that has all the tile, all the flooring, all the decking, everything that you would need in order to, you know, pick out the finishes for your pool. But then as you look outside this glass building, you're going to see 12 different full-size backyards that have a full-size pool. Every backyard is designed differently. It has a different theme, a different shape, different colors, different technology, where those clients are able to come in, tour those backyards, and get a vision or get an idea of what they would like to build in their own. And then they would be able to sit with one of our designers and kind of design and bring together. Now, this design center is also going to have an outdoor living furniture store that will allow the clients not just to design their backyard and have us build it, but they can come and pick out everything. It's very difficult, and we hear it quite a bit from our clients, for them to find outdoor living furniture. They can go to Rooms To Go and to, you know, to this furniture store or to even Home Depot, and there's a minimal selection that focuses on outdoor living. It's mainly indoor, you know, bedroom sets, kitchen sets, things like that. But there's not really a lot of places that have this huge inventory, if you will, of just outdoor living, whether it's umbrellas, chairs, you know, grills, things like that, just everything outdoor. And we're going to have that there. So that's a project that we're looking to break ground on this year. And that's the reason why we're here today, is we're looking for, you know, an investor group that is going to come in. That we're going to go over our numbers of, you know, just briefly. I mean, we are under 2 years in business. We started in May of 2020, and we did, you know, just under 2 million in the first year, you know, the first 7 months, and we did just under 10 million in the second year. You know what I mean? We're on track to hit $65 million just in the Atlanta market. And we just opened Tennessee, and we're about to open Florida. So our goal for 2022 is $100 million in revenue.
It's absolutely remarkable. And right now with that current offering, we're looking for a seed round of $10 million in bridge financing via SAFE. That will do a $40 million institutional round later on. So any investors that are listening, we can get details on that and jump on a call with you. But what's exciting about this is the valuation that will happen later on, because I think as you aggregate more of the real estate, more of these other companies that are operating, the cash flow that this is going to be generating, you've absolutely killed this side of the market and the industry, and you saw an opportunity and attacked and jumped on it. It's absolutely remarkable the amount of revenue that you can spin off, and how I think potentially shareholders in your company could do very, very well with this investment. Eddie, it's been awesome having you on here. I mean, we only give folks 20 minutes. I can talk with you for another hour, because I love the paradise backyards that you guys build. And it's always been something that's been a passion of mine, having beautiful landscaping, beautiful pool, and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's a market that you've tapped in here where Americans are going to want to have this in their, not only their new home construction, but there are people that you've been able to facilitate with software and say, hey, guess what? We can put in a pool in your backyard. Did you know that? I mean, I love that whole process that you do, and how your salesmen use the software and everything else. We don't have time to get into all that, but when we speak to investors and they see all of the breadth of Bella Reed Luxury Pools, it's a remarkable investment and a great capital partnership. So, Eddie, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day. I know you got a lot of construction going on right now. Everyone's thinking about the spring and summer in your neck of the woods. We're just breaking out of a freeze here. We came above 0 degrees here in Colorado, so that's exciting. But I know down in your neck of the woods, people are like, when am I getting my pool? And you guys are going to do it. I'm so honored, and it's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you so much for joining on here today.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, up next, we have got this, what I think is another new issue here. And I want to bring on Mike and Mark, if you could, Dan. Go ahead and spotlight them. This other company here with Catalyst, it's absolutely incredible what you guys are doing with this card. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but when I first met you guys through my good friend Bruce Bleckman, what I found out was you guys are able to connect your card with other cards and give these money backs and percentages back that you don't see with the traditional cards that are out there, like the Capital Ones of the world saying, what's in your wallet? When the world sees what you guys are doing with Catalyst, I think it's going to blow their minds. But before we get to there, let's talk a little bit about Mike and yours background. Mike, I love that you and I are cut from a similar cloth. Investors will appreciate that as well. You come from back in the days of Wall Street and working with some of those wirehouses. Speak to a little bit about your background first and foremost. I love the military aspect of it as well, but can you talk a little bit about your background in financial services, and then we'll jump over to Mark with his background in banking.
Being as bashful as I am, I'm not going to say anything. I'll let Mark cover it all. No, I'm just teasing. It's a rare opportunity. Hey, I got to tell you guys, you've been sitting here for hours. This is our first introduction to this transaction. We met Izzy late last night. We're having a beer and he asked me to give him a check, and I did, and here we are. But we're really excited. What I want to say is it's humbling to see the people that you've brought on. I mean, there are some pros here, and there's people here with credentials. I mean, it's really amazing. It makes us really excited that we can possibly be included with you. So that's what I'm really saying. So about me, displaced Southern Californian living in Oregon right now. Mark and I call ourselves the Over the Hill Gang. We got one other old coot with us, been with me for a long time. He was my stockbroker partner for 47 years. Displaced Southern Californian, and came back from a stint in Vietnam in '70 and started a job with Pitney Bowes and had a new baby coming and wondering what I was going to do, and found out that Pitney sent me out for some really great training with Xerox and IBM back east. And I learned how to sell is the wrong term. I don't like that. I go to find a solution. I'm a solution driven guy. And I did very well. The next thing I know, I became a manager. The next thing I'm interviewing a Dean Witter guy who's on the run from San Francisco, institutional guy, needed a job, took him out, showed him stuff, and realized he was overqualified. A year later, he called me and they brought me in to start work. I actually started with Payne Weber in San Diego in 1975 and gravitated up the Highway 5 and ended up back in Long Beach, where I'm from. Majority of my career was spent with Hutton. Been in and out of law school a couple years and didn't complete it, but learned consultancy, learned to talk with accountants and attorneys and high net worth individuals. I was doing tax shelters principally. And that went away when Reagan shot us in the foot in '86. Always had a penchant for entrepreneurial things, on the lookout. Raising kids, we have 7, we have 23 grandkids. We stay very busy. Mark and I have known each other for years. We've done other businesses in the past. This was not an accident, but it was probably an accident waiting to happen. And Mark is, I call Mark the Dr. Brown of our group. What's that movie, Mark, that I always talk about, Back to the Future?
Back to the Future.
Yeah, this is Dr. Brown. Right.
That's Dr. Brown.
Yeah, he got 12 arms and he's pulling the switches, and he's a visionary. And I mean, and keeping up with him is really a pain. And I try to, keep things straight. I was an Army infantry officer in the bush for a year, running a battalion of men in a war zone. And I want to know how many bullets I have and show me my map and where I'm going. And Mark is, if you let him turn 1/4 to the right, well, he's in a different country. But he's pieced together a tremendous solution that we didn't understand fully. We had a design of what we wanted to do. And like everybody that's spoken today, we saw a problem that needed to be solved. And that problem that I first saw was when Max Kaiser on a TV show introduced two young guys from England back 11 years ago who talked about this thing called crypto and blockchain and had no idea what it was. But what they said was, and it really impacted me, and that's my problem solving statement here, and that is, look, we're tired of being screwed around by the banks. They're not our trusted partners. We got to find another solution, hence the blockchain and hence in that. Anyway, that really caught fire in my soul. I'm seeing it happen now. We really are staring at it in the face with what Mark has designed. We've come up with a solution that folks have a hard time, I think, understanding, but we're not doing anything new. What we're doing is modeling the banking system today, but we're doing on a more fair way, and we're distributing the wealth. And we have a card. It's called a debit card. We ask everybody to use it. There's no charge. There's no investment. There's no nothing. It's a subscription service. You pay $4.95 a month to have it. But every time you use that card, it returns 10% back to you. And the tagline we use is, it's back to you before the pizza's delivered.
Well, let's pause just a second, because you gloss over or glaze over 10% like so quickly, but to the layperson that doesn't realize how much of a spread is on the table, right, Mark? We talked about that.
Absolutely.
The layperson doesn't realize, and you just simply just say, yeah, we give back 10%. When most people, like for example, in my neck of the woods, there's a grocery store called King Soopers, and they have something called Fuel Points, or I mean Fuel Points, right? I say that tongue in cheek because you got to spend thousands of dollars to get any meaningful money back on gas or anything like that. And you guys are giving 10% back. That's crazy. Can you speak to that, Mark, the points that are available in the banking industry and what you guys are doing?
Well, to preface that from, I grew up in the Dakotas. My grandfather owned the bank. He lived through the 30s. I learned more from him than the education I got from him. You can't get at Harvard. And he taught me how it works really. In 1933, he took the train from Bismarck, North Dakota to Minneapolis 3 times to get $10,000. And that would be today probably 10 million, because the purchasing power is worthless. Anyway, bottom line is, when you grow up in the Dakotas, you learn how to provide solutions in a hurry, because when it's 20 below, you're not hanging around any longer than you need to. But bottom line here to the banks, credit cards being the operable thing. The unpaid credit card balances today are right around 11.3 trillion. That's with a T. They're earning 18.53%. If you are a card issuer, you have availability to participate in those bonds. They're called flex bonds. Okay. And
what I immediately had thought, where
excuse me, I'm turning my ringer off.
Yeah, no problem. What I immediately thought with merchants and, in the background, they get, a charge of 3% or what have you. Maybe on the other side, there's 3. I didn't understand this chart when we were talking, but I much better do now, and how you guys operate. But without going, you only got 20 minutes and probably about 10 minutes left. Dan, why don't you give me a signal on time, how we're doing, just so we can respect and honor that. But what I wanted to touch on real quickly is, you guys have figured out a system that a lot of people just don't know about. The banks know.
Okay, here, right? America consumer, soccer mom, retiree, doesn't matter. Okay, and we're used to, we want it simple, we want it fast, we want it accurate, and we don't want to depend on it without thinking about it. Problem is that like all institutions, their first obligation is to their continuance existence, and if that's at your expense, so be it. Nowhere is this more prevalent than the banking industry, because what they are doing, when you make your payment, your Verizon phone bill, and you go to your Wells Fargo, Chase, doesn't matter, and you pay the $100, that $100, what does it say? may take 2 to 3 business days to post, which is bullshit, because inside the banking, that is counted as a cash deposit before your finger's off the mouse, and that money goes over and earns 18.5%. But they're giving you 2% back. Gee, thank you. And you're too kind. Bottom line is that we took all of the processes that are involved in that and went inside them and externalized them. We added real-time technology, and what we end up is that all our, and we also are processors. We process the transactions for our membership called the Inside Edge Club. If you will allow us to process our members' transactions, we'll take 150 basis points right off your discount when you take credit card at e-commerce for card not present, because ours is encrypted and it's card present, even though the actual card isn't there. If you use our app, okay, we even go farther. If you let us process all your e-commerce transactions, we'll get you to 100 cents on the dollar.
Wow.
In other words, if Soccer Mom bought a pair of Adidas tennis shoes for $100, you get $100, because chargeback friendly fraud is the bane of the credit card world. Chase Bank estimates that they lose $80 million every day to friendly fraud. It's cheaper for them to just give it back than deal with it. Well, with our system, which is encrypted going in, we call it the wallet of wallets, the only wallet you'll ever need. With our system is, one, your identity is virtually, nobody can get to it. It's encrypted going in, blockchain going out.
Patented process.
Yep, and it's real time.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on that. If you could speak to, number one, it's a patented process.
Yeah,
Number
the
two-
encryption is patented, okay?
Yeah.
And
Hang on one second. I want to mention this, Mark. This is one of the things that I find remarkable, and I want anyone that's plugging in to this live or the recording, that investors would hear the fact that you can take this wallet or this card and connect it with all of your other cards. That is
if you want to, yeah.
That's what blew me away. So that means, let's say someone has 10, 20, $30,000 in credit cards, right? And they can get 10% back using the Inside Edge Club. That is absolutely remarkable. Can you speak to that for a second, Mike, Mark, whomever?
Well, here's the thing. If you want to do what was required, and you want to encrypt your American Express card, you can do that. Okay, and you have to jump through some hoops, the software, but at the end of the day, what the encryption represents to an e-commerce merchant is the only person that ever sees the whole credit card number is the issuer, obviously, and you. Yeah. The e-merchant sees first four and last four, and that's it. So chargebacks are a thing of the past.
With us.
It's encrypted going in, blockchain going out. Okay, well, that alone, okay, will save you all kinds of money. Now add in the 18.5%, because when you make your Verizon phone bill, that money it says takes on your bill, it says 1 to 2 days to post. Well, while you're posting 1 to 2 days internally at the bank, they count that as a cash deposit, and it's sitting over there at 18.5% of your money for 3 days, and they pay you 2% back. So you're too kind. Okay. And what we've done is taken that and externalized it to your benefit. Whether you're soccer mom, you're retiree, you're unbanked, we don't care. We don't care what you pay for. If you use our system to do it with, these are the benefits you gain.
So that means this could be connected with a debit card. It doesn't have to be a credit card. Just any of those merchant transactions.
We issue an app. It's on your phone. You can use the app. You will get a debit card from us. And in certain instances, you may get a credit card. But the bottom line is that if you use our system to do what you're already doing, okay, and use it to your advantage, we're not here trying to make you independently wealthy, but we're here trying to make you financially independent and control over your own future. I love the Chase Bank ads, make more of what's yours. I want to make all of what's mine. Okay. I mean, the arrogance of that kind of an ad, and of course Chase can get away with it. And I'm not here bashing bankers or anything. It's just that if you know anybody upstairs in any of the major banks, and you say, listen, this is cash immediately, they won't say it is, but you'll never deny it.
Yeah.
And so that's like we say is you'll have the cash back on your card before Domino's hits the door with your pizza. And that's one of we have proven it. We have proof of concept through Metropolitan Bank in New York. And we have done the whole thing. We have the finalizing a Swiss trust, which makes us members of the International Visa MasterCard Exchange, which you have to have. You got to remember in this country, it's a system called the ACH, Automated Clearinghouse. There's only one, it's owned by the Fed, you have no choice. And so that is, and all delays are pre-programmed, okay? The 1 to 2 days to post and all that, that's a program. That is not true. It's true because they programmed it. But it's not true that it took that long to post and that's why you're waiting. That's where the lie is, okay? And they're like all institutions.
Real money, that's real money as well, right, Mark? It's not just points, it's real money. If someone wants to pay down their credit card, if someone draw that.
We have a contract with a company out of the UK called Uphold. If you want to take your cash back and buy German marks or euros, you can do that. We don't care. You want to buy Japanese yen, you want to buy lottery tickets in France. I mean, you do whatever you want, okay?
Mark, quote the Federal Reserve standard of what's going on, the frequency that people use the card today, according to Federal Reserve statistics, 63 times a month. The average debit card person, average purchase is $36. Just under $3,000 a month is being spent on your debit card, average in the United States. Okay,
there's 331 million debit cards issued in the United States.
So we encourage you to use it as much as you can. I mean, what's there to say no to?
It's absolutely incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. We've got to move on here, but what I want to do is just quickly let everybody know that this is a new issue. We're taking indications of interest. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for a second here. This hasn't been publicized with anyone yet. I'm just going to briefly put that up there. But we've got a PPM that's done with this. If you want information on this, certainly ping us and let us know. As you guys know, we've got an amazing cohort of these folks with these client companies and also capital partners that make investments into early stage ideas. And I'm incredibly honored and grateful. You know, Mike was saying tongue in cheek, hey, we just met yesterday. Izzy said, jump into the program, because what I'm excited about is the level of interest you guys are going to receive from our investor network. I have no doubt that people are going to be scratching their head saying, why in the world wouldn't everybody who has a debit card, a credit card, or what have you, use this platform? Right? So someone's going to want to buy you down the road here pretty quickly, because you guys are going to rustle some feathers and they're going to want it for themselves. That's for sure. But with your background in banking and everything else, and I love your background in financial service as well, Mike. It's wonderful to have you guys a part of this cohort. And I'm really excited to heighten the visibility with everything that you guys are doing. So my hat's off to you guys. Help me give them a nice parting warm round of applause. You guys did excellent with this. Just on a whim, just saying, hey man, I want to interview you tomorrow. I was so excited when I saw this, and Bruce called me up and said, you got to meet this company. They're doing something that I've never seen done before. So I'm super stoked and excited to be partnering with you guys.
Yeah, we're
Great,
looking
great
forward.
Well, that works both ways. We're happy to be and excited to be in partnership with you.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
All
Izzy.
right. Some parting thoughts that I have here. Yes, my pleasure. What I want you guys all to know is as I'm looking at, you know, how blessed I am and what I want you guys all to be considering as you're bringing your projects to investors and talking about that. I want you to know how grateful I am. That's what my heart is full of gratefulness. Number one, being able to work with an amazing team that I have, that Dan leads, and everything that he does in the background. Again, one last time, and Dan's a relatively shy guy. He doesn't like the spotlight on him. But if you could just show him some love in the chat, if he's impacted you in any way, if you've pinged them and said, Dan, I'm talking to an investor and I need your help quickly. He'll be at a restaurant. He drops everything that he's doing, gets on a phone call. I mean, this is someone that just loves startups, loves helping you guys, loves the numbers of it. Dan is the man. He has a hat that says that. But I am so grateful to be partnered with someone like him, grateful to be partnered with startups like yourself, so that I don't get egg on my face when we're talking to these investors that are like, hey, what are you doing that is so different? Well, gosh, when you take someone like Dan, he asks you guys a lot of questions, right? A lot of questions that you don't think about, that when an investor looks at this, they don't poke holes in some financial model that is a house of cards, right? So I'm so grateful for that. But, you know, in thinking about what's happening geopolitically, what I want to show you guys is just something that came across social media, and I'm plugged in well on LinkedIn because a lot of our connections are there as well. But here's something that I want to show you guys, and when I say just being grateful, okay? Here's a dad with his daughter, and I get emotional about this because I got a 7-year-old daughter myself, and right now in the Ukraine, if you're a man 18 to 60 years old, you're not allowed to leave the country. You got to stay and fight. And here's a guy parting with his little daughter and his wife. Okay, I want you to think about this for a second as your head hits the pillow tonight. And last night I was up at around midnight, just doing the final touches and plans for today. And I'm looking at this gentleman putting his hand on the glass and watching his wife and his daughter leave on a bus. And he doesn't know if he's going to see them again. And last night I let my boys listen to what are called those air raid bombs. I want you guys to hear this, guys. I want you to be grateful for the amazing country that we live in, the free enterprise system that we have, and the whole reason why men and women are willing to go out into the battlefield and defend this great country, defend free enterprise, defend the free world. And I'm just grateful that I get to sit here in the comfort of my home office, talk to amazing companies like yours. But I don't want you guys to forget where you came from and have a grateful heart. Because in my opinion, in the coming weeks and months, given what's happening right now, lots of people are going to start throwing checks at you and you're going to move on with your companies. But I don't want you to forget about an image like what I was just showing you, like this, an image of this, of a man just not even knowing if he's going to be able to see his family again. Because so many of us need a reset on perspective. Gosh, Izzy, that investor said no. Gosh, Izzy, this investor wants to take control of my company. Think about what this guy is thinking right now. Gosh, I may never see my wife and daughter again. So I want you to have a grateful heart. That's just one of the things I want to encourage you guys with, because sometimes I meet investors and client companies that forget where they came from and they don't have a grateful heart, right? I've got a tremendous heart for startups because I remember when the planes hit the towers, and what ended up happening was my whole complexion of my business changed, as well as for everybody else. But I fight for entrepreneurs like yourself, because what I didn't realize is that there was a startup community out there that wasn't being served well. And it all had to come with the planes hitting the tower, my firm going out of business that I was working for. I was on the front end of the house. I didn't know the kind of money that they made on the back end. And I said, it doesn't have to be this way. Just like what Mike and Mark are doing with their company, it doesn't have to be that way, where people are only getting 1%, 2%, 3% cash back only on gas or food or whatever it is. And these guys are saying, hey, hang on a second. There are banks out there lining their pockets with money Why not give them more? Why not give the people back more? And that's what Fidelity Equity Partners is all about, is giving back entrepreneurs more, giving back investors more, so that they can recognize, hey man, there's a market for these private entities that are insulated from the geopolitical risks of the time, from the stock market gyrations, from all that. And I just want you guys to know that I'm incredibly honored, incredibly grateful to be a part of this cohort and leading it. And I'm so thankful for everything that you guys do. You guys make me look great because you have amazing companies and amazing ideas. You know, I think about Eddie, how he started this business from nothing, and it's now pacing at nearly $10 million, forecasting $60 million in the future here. I mean, to present that idea to investors that are saying, hey man, I put 100 grand in the market and it's now worth 50 grand because it just took a tank in the stock market. Now they can put their money into someone like a Bella Reed Pools or a company like Catalyst or anybody else that was sharing today and say, you know what, I don't have to deal with that. I am so grateful for that, and grateful for this country, and grateful for each and every one of you. Those are my final parting words. Love and appreciate each and every one of you. Dan, I think the world of you. My hat's off to you. It's an honor to work shoulder to shoulder with you and the folks behind the scenes that make Fidelity Equity Partners work. Thank you very much, everybody. I encourage each and every one of you to connect on LinkedIn. You know, we never put handcuffs on our investor contacts, our client company contacts. We want you guys to be working together, because there's something about a scripture that I know. As you guys know, I'm a Christian and I'm overt about my faith and what I believe in God's word. And there's something in there that says iron sharpens iron, right? And as one man sharpens another. So you guys make yourselves better, and gals as well. We have women on our cohort just the same, by just talking to one another and bringing great ideas to the forefront. Eddie, I want to make that connection with you and Lance, because I think with what you guys can collaborate on business, you guys can do even better things and help investors see their money turn into more. That's it for me, guys. We had an amazing time here. We'll be here again back in March. We'll send you out those dates that are coming up. But it looks like, I think, Dan, when is that? March 25th or something like that, whatever the last Friday is of the month. But we're excited for that. We'll get you the details on that. And we'll be signing off here. The recording will be going out to the investors that missed this and our network and everything else. It's been on there live. Guys, you can unmute, say goodbye to one another, give Dan some love in the chat, say goodbye to Dan. You guys have an amazing weekend. Sure love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks so much for all you do.
We applaud your statement, Izzy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
We'll see you guys. Awesome group.
Yeah, great day. Good to see all of you.
Definitely.
Yeah, it feels like a team. I didn't get a chance to talk about my baseball, Izzy. Yeah,
Hey,
next time, buddy.
That's right.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug, for showing up the other night.
Absolutely, Tom. Good seeing you
Well, I've
again
got
too.
another
It's a pleasure statement.
presentation next Wednesday that I hope you can make it too. It's more in line with what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, we'll give it a shot. Trying to get sales out the door, so we'll try to make it.
Well, in my other life, I'm all up in smart cities and smart buildings and whatnot. So then we're going to talk about that. So,
Okay, let's do it.
all righty.
All righty.
Nice to meet everybody. Thank
Anyway,
you.
good to see all of you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. We'll see you. We'll see you on Monday. Take care. Have a great weekend. Proud of each and every
Okay.
one of you guys.
Vice versa. Thank you.